it spins itself around that way, and you've got to be able to adjust, and you've got to be able to not show your cards. So let the other player, think they're all in charge, and everyone, they're the boss, and only they know everything. They're the genius. And you'll find that throughout your entire life. Throughout your entire life. It's a real shame. And then you'll end up my age, and you'll end up exactly where I am. There's a lot of men like me. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of men like me, brothers and sisters, let me tell you. Test. How you doing, Test? How you doing, man? I hope you're happy, healthy, and well. I hope you're good, mate. No, it represents the soldiers. Poppy is your favourite flower. No, it represents the soldiers. The soldiers that died. That's what's fucking wrong with your generation. You don't even look. You don't even know what you're looking at, and that's why you don't think about anything when the government signs everything away, and you don't understand what you have lost and what your family have lost. Yeah, you just think it's normal. You think it's normal. I'm here to remind you it ain't normal. And what they've done is they're traitors, mate. They're total traitors. Why do you think these boys died? Why do you think they went to war and died? They died so that you can protest and have your little wokeism, and everyone defends you, and you're allowed to dress as do this and do that, and no one complains. That's why we have pronouns. That's how you get to pronouns. That's how you get to the woke. Okay? Because the soldiers died for your rights. They landed and they died on the beach, not you. Not you. You stayed at home. Your parents stayed at home, mate. They went and died, mate. You know why they died? They died for your fucking rights, mate, to do what you were able to do. And the government have signed it all away. You have nothing now. Nothing. These people, they died for nothing. For fucking nothing. This traitorous government, parasitic government ministers have signed it all away. Everything. And you just don't realise it. You're fucking in your own... Understandable, we're all sheep. We're all sheep caught up in our own little world. But that's the facts. I don't even know why I came online, to be honest. I don't even know why I came online. I got no reason to come online. No purpose. No purpose to come back. Leave you with your TikTok streamers, your creators. They're the people that you prefer. And I'm kind of waking up to it. But I don't need to come online anymore for my psychology. I'm pretty much sorted kind of thing, I've gone to court, mate. There's nothing I can do now. That is it. So they signed my kid over. And, everyone, you know what I mean? Like, I've got nothing to, all I can do is hope that one day she contacts Dad. That's the only thing that I can hope. I've still got to live my life with my other two daughters. I've still got to be Dad. So that's what I concentrate on, Like, there's nothing that I can do about it. I don't even know where the fuck she is, mate. I don't even know what country she's in. I don't know shit. I don't know anything. And it goes to show you what the real con was at the end of the day. Because they had no intentions of it at all at any stage. I was not in the plan at all. I was not in the plan. The plan was them, the four of them. And that was the plan. And they've got to try and work it out before the parent comes over. They've got to try and get you sorted, get you out. And that's all. Like I told that old guy living there, we have until the parent comes. We have until the parent comes. Once the parent comes, they'll both want us out. Everyone gets turfed, mate. And he's gone, yeah, that was the old guy. Remember that guy? Yeah, I sussed him, man, and I told him way ahead of time what was going to happen to him. And he was prepared. He said, I'm not going to last long without you here. I said, mate, a matter of days, maybe a week. But you'll get noticed straight away. And once the old lady comes, you're out. You're out. Trust me. Okay? We're all here suiting her purpose. That's the only reason we're here, is because we are part of her purpose, part of her plan. And without that, you wouldn't be here. So you've just got to try and, for me, because I'm married to it and I have to actually live it, I've got to outsmart it. You've got to outsmart a planner. That's the long con. And it's horrible to spend your time and your life and your energy and whatever you've got left on a long con, on trying to outwit somebody who has got all the things in a row. It's just a matter of time, you know. I remember telling you that, boys, many, many times. It's a matter of time. Thanks, man. Everything's a lot better. My parents born in the 70s. Everything is a lot better for me, man. Look at my face. It's a lot clearer, I feel like I've just lost 8 years, that's all. I've just lost 8 years of my life. Basically, yeah. The last 8 years, except for Echo, were a waste of my time as a father, as a husband, or a chance of being a husband and having a wife. A complete waste of time. The entire time was spent trying to get rid of me. The entire time. There was not a single day where you're actually putting energy into it. You are putting energy into getting rid of it. And you're trying to think of ways on how to do it. And every day there's something new. Every day. It was a nightmare, boys. It was a freaking nightmare. And it's only when you come out at the end, you come out right at the end, that you can actually think about it. You're a bit more clearer. And they haven't got like the hold over you. So a lot better. That's a lot cleaner. I got a bit of shadowing on the face now. I didn't have that before. We need to give it another edge. So we're going to do that. But we've got shading on it now. We didn't have the shading on it before. Now we're going to, I'll tell you what we're going to do, boys. We're going to turn it into a 0.5. We'll turn it into a 0.5, mate. The picture in my head. I've got a picture in my head, brother. So we're going to do the picture. Okay. Alright, we've got a nice little bit of white. Can't show you at the front, boys. Can't show you the projects that I'm working on. I've got a couple of clowns there. We've shaded them. We're just putting them out there to dry. But I don't want to dox myself too quickly. I don't want any problems from people, mate. I don't want any, you know what I mean? You can constructive criticism all you like, mate. I don't give a shite. I don't give a shite, mate, about your criticism or what you think or feel or what you want. But you're more than welcome, mate. It's a free space. I'm not the government, mate. I don't tell you what you can and can't say. But it's not, But go right ahead, man. Criticism of me or criticism of the mask. That's a different thing. 1 minute. I've got to just open this up, man. Jesus, mate, I was stronger when I was younger. I cannot get that open, mate. Got it, bro. Here we go. Yeah, it's because it's got all that. It's got all that fucking, it's latex, mate, mixed with latex. So I've got to give it a clean. Okay, but I can't do it with this jacket on, mate. I can't do any cleaning. I don't want any paint on this or any marks on my jumper. So we'll put a little bit of this on here, right? Let it soak in just a little bit. I'm going to turn this into a 0.5. We need to put 2 or 3 coats so it stands out, basically. It's not too big, is it, boys? Might be too big. That's what we call a 0.3. There we go, 0.5 fucking band, but he's number 3 in the band, so we'll put a 3 across his forehead, mate. Right, let it just dry. Does that fucking... I don't know, man. I don't even know what that is, man. The pear on the left looks a bit odd. What the fuck does it even mean? Can you write English, mate? You understanding what I'm saying to you? Can you speak a habla? Alright? Other than that, it doesn't make fucking sense what you just wrote, man. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense what you wrote. I don't like it meeting the eye. I don't like it over the eye. Remove that. Better idea than I'm doing. Not thinking. Shirt. There's got to be an art shirt here, man. Something that I can use for art. Otherwise, I'm dirtying. Here's one. I'm dirtying my clothing. And now what we're going to do is hit it with some black. Okay, I got a better idea, brothers. Yeah, watch this shit, dude. Yeah, I got an idea. Fuck. 1 minute. Stick that there. That can go up there. That can go in here. Alright, let's hit them on. Rubber spray. A black rubber spray, bro. It goes shiny, but it goes black. It goes matte. So let's just do those eyes again. And that'll tone that down. You see? Blends it in. There. Let's just do that. It cut my workload down, mate, when I found these kind of sprays. They're a little bit expensive, but they're a rubber spray. People use it on their tyres, you know, on their cars. And so I found that. That's better. That's better. Okay, let's just let that cure. Let it dry. Okay. Come on. Sit. Sit on there. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't want to touch the freaking thing. Dang it. Anyway, that's the Corey. Sorry about the angle. Nothing I can do about it right now. Oh, there we go. So we'll let that cure. It should dry matte, dude. It'll dry matte. Non-shiny. This one we just darkened up his skin. Just darkened it up a bit. I'll clean up the white, but I actually like that. I don't want it bright white. So it's supposed to look old, used, that kind of thing. Thrown around. Not supposed to look brand new. And Mr. Horicky up here, we're gonna continue him, turn him into a 0.5, brother, and we'll put that into here. And now comes the fun part. Here we go. Okay, 0.5, mate. Let me get this proper, bro. Okay, 0.5, brother. Okay. it's better. Alright, man. Okay, man, we're cracking, boys. We're cracking. We've got 3 projects on the way. See, we've toned that right down, man. That's better. We've toned it right down. I like that better. We need to do the stitching next on him. Okay, he needs to have his stitching done in the white. I had it black before, but we're going to let it cure, let it dry. See, you've got to let that shit dry, man. Okay. It tends to smell, this stuff. It's a bit on the smelly side, bro. Okay, so we've got 3 projects, mate, all ready to crack. We'll let them cure and let them have a little think about things and what I want to do with it. You know, see if I'm happy with them. But that's a lot better than what we had before a minute ago. We could actually put all red over here too, if we really wanted to. Because it's this way and that way. You know, the pentagram. Upside down pentagram. I like all that. All that dripping stuff. Running out of hair. Got no hair left. I've got no hair left, bro. I'm gonna have to eBay the hair, mate. I don't know where. I've had to hunt around for the hair, and it's expensive on eBay. It's expensive, man. I can't believe how expensive like stuff is now on like materials. 1, 2, 3. Let them crack. What else are we going to work on today? Oh yeah, I wanted to get the what do you call it done? Ghost. I've got some people wanting ghosts, mate. So we've got to get some of these done with latex. So I'm going to sit here and change my clothing and sit down and put the movie on or something and just sit here doing. I've got to make 2 of those, mate, by the end of the week. Just raws. So hopefully we can I can pull myself out of the bullshit that I'm in, bro. I'm trying to show you boys at the end of the trail. You know, it's not all heartache, mate. You do come out at the end. You do come out at the end. And hopefully you battle through what you need to do in order to get there. You know, I rented rooms for 4 years. You know, I lived in someone's home renting a freaking room, mate, 190 a week, 200 a week. So that's just what it is, mate. So hopefully you end up in a nice little place and you're on your own after working, rah-rah. Work of Paul. I don't know what a custom Corey mask is. I've got no idea what that even is, okay? All I can do is just create my own Corey. That's all I do. I just create my own Corey. I don't know. I look at pictures and I try and paint the picture, but I'm not a professional artist, mate. I'm not trained in any way. I am taught completely on my own with heaps of mistakes, okay? So, you know, I've wasted a lot of materials and stuff like that to get where I am. I've got no idea what that even is, okay? And then if I get the picture wrong, the person doesn't want the mask. You know, if you get one thing wrong or whatever, right? They don't want the mask. So it's just a lot easier just to make the mask, and I list the mask and hopefully sell the mask. But I can't sell it for the price they want. I can't. It's not worth selling it for $100. It's not worth selling it for $130. It's just not worth making it. Why would I go out and pay $17 just for the hair to sell it for $130? I'm already down, $115, and I haven't even made anything. I haven't made the raw mask. I haven't painted a goddamn thing, but I'm already down $17 just for the hair. I mean, you want good hair, right? You want the hair to look good, right? You don't want shitty hair, hair that, looks like it came out of Kmart. Yeah, well, I don't use hair like that. I use proper, proper hair, like, I've got no other clowns, you may notice. The shelves are empty. There's no masks. It's not like I'm begging anybody to fucking buy a mask off me. I'm not begging, you know what I mean?
I make a mask because they're one-offs. They're one-offs.
They're one-offs. You know, don't ask me to make the same mask twice. I don't know how to copy it.
I've got no idea to copy it.
You know, every mask is one-off. Every mask is different. Like the next Corey, it won't look the same. I can't copy it. I can't even remember how I made it. So let alone copy it. It's not mass production, man.
It's just one at a time. And that mask, I haven't made another one. Like, it's been a long time since I've made a Horiki clown.
It's been months and months and months. The WGs are the ones that I mainly sell. These ones. Everyone wants my WGs.
They want the WG with long hair. That's the mask they want.
You know, you can buy them on my channel, lorddobby on eBay. lorddobby on eBay is who I am. You can grab a raw mask off me, or you know, or the painted ones off me. But my masks aren't cheap.
You know, that's 180. That's 180. Okay, a WG short is 180.
Long hair, 220. I'm not mucking around. You know, I'm not spending a week making a mask and selling it for $50 fucking. Sorry for swearing. I can't go down anywhere and buy any mask anywhere. Where I live, there's nowhere you can buy a mask. You know, you have to contact eBay or go through one of the rooms and buy it off an American artist, and then he'll just show you a picture. He'll just show you a picture, and you buy the picture, and then it takes him 2 months to produce the mask. He needs 6 weeks to make a mask. I'm telling you, man, it don't take no 8 weeks, okay? and when you get the mask, it doesn't look anything like the picture.
It really doesn't. You're not buying a mask on counter. You're buying a picture, and then they send you a mask, and it doesn't look anything like the picture.
And he'll go, it's the same mask. And you'll go, yeah, but it's not the same paint job. Oh, no, well, you know, that's the same mask, though. Same mask. It's a joke. Because they've photoshopped it.
They Photoshop the picture, make it look good, but they can't actually paint the fucking thing. Yeah?
They just paint it any way they can. Mine are on counter. You know, I show a freaking mask. It's on the counter. The clown, the bandage clown is the only one I got. The only one I got available. This one. Yeah, they didn't like that on TikTok.
You know,
abusive content, abuse. That's when I put it on.
And I got kicked off for 3 days because they don't like masks on TikTok unless you're a lebo. If you're a lebo, then it's fine. But if you look like me, an Aussie, yeah, they get you banned straight away. They get you banned. So it cost me 3 days, mate.
Cost me 3 days on TikTok wearing that. Like, what a joke! You don't put it on wearing it walking down the street. Like, you know what I mean? But I'll do some more work on him. I haven't got another mannequin head.
But he needs more bandages. He needs more bandages covering. Okay, he just needs more bandages.
Over the top, over the top here to the ears, covering both sides. For some reason, that's what they really like. So I told you it'd all go yellow.
All the latex underneath goes yellow. So it makes it look like pussy skin, you see? It all goes yellow.
Because I use latex, natural latex underneath. And it goes that colour. The more aged it gets, the more brown colour comes through. Because that's the latex. Okay? It's deliberate. Like pussy skin. Okay? You've got pussy skin underneath. It's Corey Taylor, mate. It's not Courtney fucking Taylor, you knob. It's Corey Taylor.
No, I don't care, mate. He's a multi-millionaire. He wouldn't care about some guy in Australia making masks.
He wouldn't care about eBay. He doesn't give a shite, mate. Every single mask he wears is worn just for that show. And then the next show, there's another mask. It's a different mask every show. It's not the same mask. The guy goes through so many masks in a year. They're put into museums, mate, all over the country. There's a freaking mask in every rock, you know, uh, place you go in, rock burger joint you go into. He doesn't care, mate. Why would they care? You know what I mean? It's an artist interpretation of the clown, an artist interpretation of a Corey mask. It's not his Corey mask, yeah. It's just an artistic interpretation of it, and yeah. But it's been tough in the mask world, mate. It's been tough everywhere for retail. Everyone's finding it very hard, mate. We've just come out of Christmas. We've just come out of the holidays and the kids going back. It's the wrong time for people to spend money, so to speak, right? Because they've got to catch up on their on all of their bills, mate. You know, all of their bills. I've got a couple of Corys there. I've got to look at some more pictures, man. I just got to look at some more pictures. I'm not happy with that face. I don't like that thing. I don't know. It's just not. It's not clicking with me. So I've just left it down there, and I'll get some ideas or whatever. A dream will come to me, and I'll fix Corey up. That's why it looks that way. It's just not, something's not thing with it. Okay, so I've just got to let it sit for a little while, and I'll rethink about it. I think it's the front of the face. I think I need to whiten more around the eyes, whiten more down the cheeks, so his face stands out. His face stands out, but the rest is all, you know, because there's not many of us making this kind of stuff no more, man. It's the older 20-year-old masks, but I don't have any stock. I got just the 3 masks that I'm working on that I showed you at the front, and then the bandage. That's it for now. And I've got to sit down and do the ghosts. I've got to try and produce things that I actually sell, bro. Not waste my hours and time making things that just sit there, because it's materials and stuff. And I'm not rich. I don't have, you know, I don't have extra just for the materials to sit there and the latex to sit there and the mask. Right? I don't have that much money. Okay, that's okay when you've got a bank. When you've got a bank, you can make all the masks and let them sit there, and it doesn't matter how much time it takes. When you don't have a bank, you need to make things that you know people are going to look at and go, ooh, you know what I mean? Like you've got a chance of actually selling your product. It's the wrong time of year to just have product on the shelf. So I try and limit the amount of exposure I have. Yeah, is that a way of, yeah? It's not his intellectual fucking anything, mate. It's an artistic interpretation of what he wears. It's not fucking anything. It's an artistic interpretation. Wake up, brother. Wake up. Okay, you're allowed to look at a mask and make the mask. Okay? As long as you're not trying to sell it as his mask, then you're fine. Anyway, man, stop bothering me with this fucking bullshit. Like, seriously, I've got to read your bullshit. Okay? It occupies my time. All right? And it annoys me. Okay? It's like talking to a 10-year-old. All right? You know what I mean? Like, it does my head in. This is not TikTok. This is not TikTok. Let me think, man. Okay, I got to do the stitching, and then I'm up to the ghost. That's where I'm at right now. The stitching and the ghost. And then I'll have completed four projects for today. I'll have 4 projects completed. As long as I get the raw done. That's not a bad effort for a Friday. Because by Monday we'll have it all done. And hopefully, fingers crossed, you know, we can get some sales. Yay, some sales, boys, and not be broke. I'm trying to work my way through it. I'm trying to work my way out of my thing, man, you know? I'm trying to work out my way out of, right? Instead of, you know, going online and acting like rah-rah. And acting like these fools that we watch. And we do watch a lot of fools on these fucking live streams, brother. You got to admit, bro. But they've got no avenue, mate. They've got nothing going on in their lives. They wake up and it's TikTok. That's it. They don't have a job, they don't have a hobby, they don't have anything that they've put their time into, you know. Like I remember making masks, mate, when I was renting a room. Didn't even have a Sheila. Had no Sheilas. And I was just making stupid masks, mate. Mucking around with latex. You know what I mean? Trying to work shit out.
I wasted a lot of materials, bro. I wasted a lot of time, because I didn't know anything.
And if you go and talk to an American artist, he's not going to tell you nothing.
Nothing. You ask an American artist anything and they just ignore you, or they just, basically tell you bullshit. They lie to you. They know they're telling you something where you're going to make a mistake.
They're not very helpful at all. None of them are. None of them. It took me ages to work out even to mix latex paint.
Latex paint to make it stick to the mask so it bonds to the mask. Otherwise, it's not going to bond to anything. It'll just crack and fall off the mask.
So you have to mix that shit, okay?
The same thing. All of those mistakes. Oh, fuck.
You don't have to be sorry. Stop apologising, mate.
Get out of this feminine. Start acting a bit masculine. Get out of the feminine. Don't apologise for anything you do or say. You're a fucking man. So don't apologise for shit. Okay? You may have to, later on down the track or whatever, but hey, man, don't worry about what I say. Don't worry about how I say it. Don't worry about anything, man.
I'm just getting a reaction out of you. It's called rage bait, or whatever they call it. You know what I mean?
It's not meant as anything personal, little brother.
Nothing is. Nothing is personal, mate. I bought a mask in Hong Kong. It was a duck. Spotted me in a mall in Singapore and pulled me up and demanded I destroy it.
It was his IP.
I bought a mask in Hong Kong that was a duck. The creator of the duck mask spotted me in a mall in Singapore and pulled me up and demanded I destroy it. It was his IP. Then he needs to go to the company.
It's got nothing to do with you.
Nothing at all. You know what I mean? That's why it's being made. That's why he can't stop it.
Because over there is none of that. It doesn't exist. He cannot go to the company and get it closed down. He's got to pull up somebody on the street and put it on them. But legally, reality, he has no legal standing at all. Otherwise, the mask wouldn't exist at all. They would go to the company and have it closed down.
You're talking about Hong Kong. There's no exclusivity there, brother. It's Hong Kong.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Even if he went and got them paid and
Done all the paperwork and everything, he's got to go and hire lawyers, mate, to go to the company. He's got to present them paperwork and all that.
And all they have to do is change one thing on the mask.
That's it. They can just change the back of it to a different curl around the back or whatever. And that's it. That's all they got to do. Okay, you know what I mean? And that mask doesn't look like Corey's mask, mate.
It doesn't look like Corey's mask. You're fucking dreaming.
You know what I mean? I did my best, but Corey's mask is 10 times better.
It's the original. And plus, from this era,
if you look it up in the Hard Rock Cafe, which is where it is in the museum, it's all rotted. It's all rotted. The thing's falling apart. It's
30-year-old mask, mate,
with still got his
because don't forget they're on the stage jumping around, right?
You sweat, right? You sweat, and the sweat goes into the mask. Okay, it doesn't matter what you do,
it's in the latex. So you could wash it out all you want, but it's still going to be in the latex.
Now, if they don't wash it out, then you've still got all that sweat, and that acid out of your sweat is in the mask, and that's why it rots. That's why it rots. There's nothing you can do about it because your own sweat has destroyed it from the inside. Especially if it's not painted. You'll notice all my masks are painted on the inside, and I'm hoping that gives at least a layer of paint over the mask itself when you wear it. But him jumping around on the stage for freaking 3 hours, all the masks are rotted. All of their masks. None of them would exist from that time period because of the sweat. Yeah.
It's just the truth, man.
The mask, look it up. It's in the Hard Rock Cafe, and it's in pieces. They've got it on a mannequin head.
No, I don't have any duck masks. Oh, mate. No, I don't have any duck masks. Sorry, man. I just have Slipknot. Just Slipknot, brother. I just concentrate on that. That's enough. No, man. I've got no paper for metal. I've got no paper for that kind of thing. I'm not at the market. I'm not earning big paper. I've got no big paper. I'm happy surviving the life that I lead. That time for me is over. And at $90 or $100 an ounce US, you're fucking crazy. Total mugs. I'm laughing at these people. I'm watching videos of ABC Bullion, on Channel 9 News, and it shows them lined up around the corner. Like, what a joke. What an absolute schmuck. Like, seriously, you line up because it's suddenly going up. Like, you line up and you buy at the peak. Right when it's going all the way up, you want to buy right there. Like, to me, you're all a bunch of wankers. You're all a bunch of tossers. And you are nothing more than crypto buyers. You're crypto buyers in my eyes. You instantly want to buy your little bit of metal that you buy, walk out of the building, and it's suddenly risen $1,000, and you walk back into the building 10 minutes later and you sell that back. You don't hold the metal. You don't like the metal. You're just looking for a quick earn. You're looking for the next pump and dump. And that's all you do. You go to the next pump and dump. And that's why you lose your money to crypto. You lose your money to crypto every time because that's the biggest pump and dump there is. So that's what you're used to. They're all crypto buyers. That's how I regard them. Wankers. They had the opportunity to buy this stuff years and years ago. They had the opportunity to buy in at $20, $30, but they wait until it's $120. Like, what a schmuck. Like, that's, they don't even buy anything afterwards. When it goes down, they don't buy anything. They don't buy anything on the way down. Like, it's insane. And then they go on make videos how they didn't make any money, rah rah. They bought it at the top, rah rah. Like, you just laugh at these people, man. They are ridiculous. Like, they did not buy it when it was down. They don't buy it when it goes down. It suddenly goes back to 50. I'm hoping it does. I've got my fingers crossed. I've got my fingers crossed. It nosedives all the way down to 25. That would be brilliant. Brilliant. I wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Doesn't matter to me at all. It won't matter to you. It won't matter to you. If you hold physical, it won't matter to you what they do. You won't care. It will not matter to you. Okay? If you hold physical and it goes down to freaking $5 a thing, $10 an ounce, which is not going to do. It just gives you a chance to buy more. But good luck finding it. Good luck. Good luck finding it for that price. They can nosedive it down to fucking $10 an ounce, brother. Where are you going to buy it? Who do you think's going to sell it to you? It's a stock market price. It's a paper price. It's not a reality price. You understand? Understand? On paper, they can drive it down to whatever they want. Try and get physical. Try and walk into a bullion dealer in America or whatever. They'll only sell you the stock that they've had for ages, man, that they bought back in that time. Good luck to that. All right. One more, Gertrude. Be a knob, mate, just one more time. Be a knob. All right? This ain't TikTok. All right? Be a knob just one more time. Just one more time, be a fucking idiot. I noticed they've kiboshed my channel, boys. Which you'll be happy about, right? Most of you will be happy about that. All right? But they've kiboshed my channel, man. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's all yellow. All my channels are yellow. All my videos are yellow. So there's no monetization. It's done. Ever since the Australia Day. Ever since the Australia Day stream, they weren't happy with me. So they've kiboshed majority of all my streams, all my channel. It's all gone from green to yellow. Okay. I wouldn't buy any of it, true. Personally, unless you've got paper. You got paper. You got paper sitting there doing nothing. Fair enough. But if you don't, yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go anywhere near this whole thing, mate, unless you've got paper that you don't have to worry about. If you've got a bank sitting there, you don't have to worry about it. You can let it ride. Fair enough. But if you don't, yeah, I would just take a step back and let it all, let all these billionaire, trillionaires and the Black Rocks and all that, let them, because you've got no control over this. And the algorithm, mate, the algorithm knows everything. You know, that's the other really big warning. The algorithm knows everything. Okay, when those stocks start to go up, they short it, the algorithm, and then it tumbles and they bring it back down again because they've got to manage both sides of the coin, mate, in order to keep what they want happening, which is the miners, refiners, all that kind of thing, to keep it flowing to them, not to you, to them. You know, they want us suffering. They want us as normal people. You want to buy metal. Yeah, they don't want you buying metal. They don't want you buying shit. Okay, they don't want you buying stocks. They want you going into the stock market. They want you buying miner shit. Stocks. That's what they want because you're propping up their world. But once you go and buy a physical, it's out of their world. They have no control over you then. So you are feeding the system by buying stocks. You are feeding them. That's what they want you to do. Okay, you need physical. Physical. No fucking contracts. You know, if you had, imagine, mate, imagine if you had jumped in this like other people were stackers years ago. They called themselves stackers because they have a love of the metal. They have a love of the metal itself. They like the look of the metal, the feel of the metal. They like to hold it. They're not interested in selling it. They don't care if it goes up $4 or $5, $10, $20. They're not in it for that. They're in it to hold the metal. So imagine if you had bought it at $20, $30, and here we are at 90. Would you care? You wouldn't give a shit. You wouldn't care at all. You'll sit back and it doesn't fucking matter to you. But if you bought in at 90 or you bought in at 70, you're sitting there counting the fucking dollars, mate. You're sitting there counting it going, oh, I'm $22 up. You know, it's ridiculous. That's the kind of, look, man, metal is used to preserve your time, your effort, and your dollar value in life. That's what it's meant to do. You are meant, as a human, to put 20% of your earnings into a physical metal so that you walk away with something that represents your time and your effort and your money. Because otherwise, all you've got is a fiat currency that's printed out of a machine. No real value. That's what I'm trying to say. No real value. Mate, when it costs you $4.80 to go down and buy a fucking coffee milk, that is, I can tell you exactly, because this fucking thing cost me $4.80, mate. I'm never buying this shit again. 500 mil. When it costs you $4.80 for 500 mil of a fucking coffee milk, I'm hoping that you put something away that when you look at it has got a bit of value to it. And that does not have fucking value. I drink the coffee milk, 500 mil, bang, it's down. There's my $4.80. You know, like seriously, bro. You know, if you can just put something away over time, slowly, you don't have to accumulate quickly. You can do it slowly. And you had heaps of time back then. You know, buy it now on eBay was $35 an ounce for silver eagle. Maple leaves, the same thing. Buffalo rounds, 35 now. Buy it now. How many do you want? You know, now 90. You know, 180 is the cheapest on eBay. 180. Wow. You know, that's a big difference from where we are on comics. You know, that's almost double. It's double and double and more because you've got shipping. So the reality is a lot different than the fake market that they want you to believe in. which is what they present to the sheep. You know, they turn 7, 9 and 10 on, and that is what they present to the sheep. You know? And the sheep go, bah, bah, I believe you, I believe you. But in reality, they can't walk down the coin shop and get it for that. They just can't. They just can't. And it'll get slammed down every time. That's what I've learnt, man. It'll get slammed. It'll get slammed. These people have got the algorithm. They have got enough paper behind them to buy, you know, $5 billion worth of fucking silver made on a 5 minutes left on a Friday, and of your paper contracts. $5 billion or 5 billion rounds or some shit of ounces of silver that they've slammed down on the market on a Friday afternoon with 5 minutes to go. And that's the algorithm. You know, it goes from 120 US down to freaking 70 because they dumped 5 billion ounces of contracts onto the market and slammed it down. And then they closed it. They didn't do anything but close the contracts after the end of the day. And it's too late. It's a Friday night. Everything is closed. All the banks, the stock market's all closed. So that's what it ends. So they get to have a huge earn. They go from 120 down to 75. Yeah, they've just had a huge earn. Huge. Because they could have just shorted the market before they did it. And when they did it, their fucking shorts, you know, everyone else gets shitted on because they're long. You know what I mean? They've got the algorithm that reads the market, bro. It knows when everybody's on the one position, or there's a lot of traders on that one long, short, whatever you want to call it, and then they run the opposite, and they slam it because they've got the big money. You know, it's all paper contracts. So you've got, as a normal bloke, you've got no chance. None. You've got to get in while it's good, and then hold. You know, this is not crypto. It's not crypto. You're not playing crypto. Yeah, this is metal. This is real shit. Not freaking made up fake crypto. You know, people have got to get their paper out of crypto, bro, as fast as you can. You know, they think it's this, they think it's that. It's not. It's completely controlled. Everything is controlled. It's a pump and dump, 100%. Look at your Bitcoin, mate. That's been slammed. You know, slammed big time. Huge, huge. You think gold and silver lost? Have a look at the Bitcoin, bro. Like 60 grand down, 70 grand down, whatever it is. It's huge. It's phenomenal. Mr. Thunder. It's a pig mask. I can make the mask, but I don't have the belt work. Sorry, man. I can't get the materials here. I can make you the raw mask. It's one of my favourite masks. I'm trying to get it in my hand for you. This one. Right, but I can't get the buckles. I haven't got enough money to buy the buckles and buy materials, mate. You need paper. You need to be able to buy materials. Rick's Mace. Fuck it, how are you today, sir? Thank you very much for coming. Please don't. Please don't, Ricks. Please don't. It takes months and months and months for it to clear. I'm serious, months. But I do appreciate you. God bless you and your family. lorddobbyking@gmail.com if you wanted to help me, boys and girls. lorddobbyking@gmail.com is my PayPal, and that goes direct to me. You know what I mean? On here, it takes months. If I don't get $100, it just accumulates. So, you know, it could take 4 months, 3 months to get to $100 in Super Chat, and then they pay you out. But they don't pay you out until it gets to the $100 threshold. Okay? So, yeah, please, thank you, I bless you. Thank you. But nothing on here, please, nothing. lorddobbyking@gmail.com is my PayPal, okay? That helps me directly, like straight away. It goes instantly into my thing. But bless you and your family. Bless you, thank you.
And I hope you're cracking, mate.
I hope you were able to grab metal before
It's just impossible in where you come from, England and London and Europe and all of that. Um, I'm so saddened for all of it.
I'm so saddened of what's happened to Europe and England and London and Italy and
Denmark and
oh my Godfather.
and now they're going to flood the joint with Punjabi. They've just signed an agreement with the EU, with India, and they're going to open the floodgates. They're going to open them up. There is going to be just millions of them coming across, millions. So if you think you had a problem now, wait until the two things clash, the Punjabi and the Muzzies, because they don't get along, especially if one is Sunni and the other one is whatever. They fight each other. They fight each other on the street, okay? They can't stand each other. So
It's terrible over there. It's terrible over there, man. Some of the videos that I've got on my TikTok are absolutely scary.
and there's other ones on there that I couldn't even share. Like I just couldn't share them. They're on Instagram, so obviously they don't get onto Tiki because they're too serious. Like there's a lady that's chasing after this guy and a little one, and this guy has just grabbed her off the street, a schoolgirl, and she's on her way to school,
And he's got her, man. You know, leading her down the alleyway.
and the lady just thought it was a bit unusual because this guy's as black as spades, and she's only like tiny, and he's got her really close. He's just like she's on camera saying it's just something not right, something's wrong here. I'm going after this little girl,
And he had just grabbed her. He just grabbed her.
pulled her straight off the street.
My Godfather, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. You're in trouble over there.
You're in big strife. And they'll just call it a culture thing.
A culture thing, rah, rah. That's how they've got it over in England. So you're trying to tell me over in their country that's what they're allowed to do? That's bullshit.
They will hang you over there. Absolutely. You know what I mean? But over there in the real Sharia,
It'd be the little girl's fault. She'll be the one that gets blamed because she enticed him. You know what I mean?
it is. You're gone, mate. America silver coin 1 ounce for 80 to 90 bucks I need. Well, that's half price.
That's half price. You can see a picture on my channel from last week. It was 180. So they've got them down to 90 US.
It's still too expensive for the normal person, mate. The normal me and you that goes to work every day.
Well, you need that down to 30.
You need it down to 30. You need it down to 30, 40, buy it now. That's what you need. And hopefully it happens, but I don't see it. It'll go down to as far as that. They will take it down as far as they can. But whether there's the physical metal out there or not is another matter.
Because these companies will buy it up.
The big boys. The big boys buy it up, bro. The corporations buy it up for that price. There won't be, hardly anything left, I don't imagine, at that price. Because they need millions and millions and millions of ounces. But good luck. I really want you to get some, if you can. I want you to get some. I've been screaming it for years and years and years and years. I've been trying to tell you boys that.
Not many people listen to me. The people that did listen to me have thanked me because they're ahead.
They're way ahead of the game. They're way ahead of the game. They're just looking at it going, well, I don't really, like me, I don't really care. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care about whatever. It gets driven down to this, whatever. I don't fucking care.
I bought in at $25, $30. Why would I care? Unless it goes down to $10.
You know what I mean? Then I say to myself, oh, I've lost the rara. But I haven't lost anything. I haven't lost a goddamn thing. It doesn't matter what they do. If you hold physical, you're immune to whatever they do. You're immune. It doesn't matter to you. It won't matter. They can up, down.
It won't matter to you.
You bought in at that price, and after that, you're in front. I'm in front. I've already had people offering. And I've knocked them back. I've knocked them back.
They've offered me. I've knocked it back.
Because once you part with it, good luck replacing it. Good luck replacing it. You're not going to get it for 35 again. You're not going to get it for 40.
American silver coin. Yeah, big up for you too, Rick. So big up for you too, man. I'm thank you, man. Jim Wonder, what's the latest, Dobby? Nothing, man. I mind my own business. I do my masks. I'm just doing some masks, man. That's what I'm doing. Fucking masks out there, bro. Right, I've got them cracking, mate. We've got 3 projects out there, and I got another project here, the Ghost. So I was just sitting here. It's art day. It's art day. Me trying to get some extra, trying to keep on top of my situation a little bit. We're not exactly flush, but we're not broke, so we're okay. We're better off. We're better off now than we were the last fucking 6 years, Jimmy. 8 years. We're better off now. A real shame. I miss my daughter every day. I think of Echo every day, mate. Every day. But we've got no contact, mate. Dawson, wish you well. I hope you're happy, healthy and well. Okay? We've got no nothing, the same as we had for 4 years. You were never going to get any contact, mate. It doesn't matter what the judge says. It doesn't matter what she's not going to obey anything. And then they tell you that your daughter doesn't want to see you. Your daughter doesn't want to speak to you. Your daughter doesn't want to know you. You raised your voice to her mother 5 years ago. So, yeah, she doesn't want to... That's what they come up with. It's criminal. It's totally criminal. Totally criminal. But you got no chance, boys. Never had a chance in 4 years. They don't care. They don't care you're a man. They only care about the feelings of a woman, bro. That's it. That's all they care about, man. I had no chance from the start. From the very start, I had no chance. So, let it cure up a bit. All right, we're getting there. He looks a bit messed up, yeah? That's what we want. We want it all fucked up. Looking like a bit of aged macca. Yeah, stitching's done. He's ready for basically fucking cracking, bro. What we're going to do is fix those eyes up. Okay, I'm not happy with those eyes. Yeah. Bloody hell. Oh, the older you get, the weaker you get, I swear. Okay, so it's pointed that way, right? Alright, let that fucking creak down, mate. Let it leak down. Let it accumulate. Alright. That fucks that up, doesn't it? Alright, that does the job. Just a quick spray here and there, just have a little think about it. Oh, that's fucking beautiful, that is. Oh, that's fucking, that's it, that is. That's worth an extra 50. That's got it worth an extra 50 there. Fucking, oh, fucking, we'll just chuck another 20 on. You're terrible, boys. You're fucking terrible, mate, I swear. Oh, God. That's it, brighten that up a bit. Yeah, that's cool. That's basically all art is, mate, just trying to get a reaction out of people when they look at you. That's what we want, mate. We want that thick, nasty look, mate. 0.5 slip knot, nasty. So you put a jumpsuit on, mate, and you're fucking cracking. We like all these kind of things, all these lines. That's the kind of shit we want. We're happy with that, because the more lines we get, the more aged it looks over time, which is what we want. Okay, this guy, not a whole lot I can do with him other than do the top of the head, redo the top of the brain, get some colour in there again. Alright? This is a rubber spray that I use, bro. I use a rubber spray. Saves me time. Alright, that's it. We don't want to do too much to that, except highlight it. Get it back. Get back its colour. Okay. And Corey. We need to do the stitching. We need to do the stitching down the face. And other than that, he's cracked, mate. I've got to do the dreads. We need the dreads more darker, a darker green, and we need some red. We need some red through the dreads on the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit it with some fucking red, brother. Okay. Make that shit stand out, bro. Okay. Okay, let that cure. Ugh, man, I gotta get some proper stands, bro. lorddobbyking@gmail.com is my PayPal viewer if you want to help the Lord Dobby out. Other than that, we're going to try and just crack away. That's all we do. Okay, so let the shit dry now, mate. Let it cure right up. That's what we want. Okay, let it cure right up, bro. Alright, let it dry. 1, 2, and 3. 3 projects ready to crack. Yeah. No. Well, it certainly nosedived on eBay, hey man, if it's gone down to 90. Garage Arts, man, thank you for reminding me, School Dave. Yeah, a bit of garage arts, mate. Remember the days? I used to have so much fun in my workshop. I just wish that, it was different, man. I really do. Because we had a good chance, we had a good thing happening if the person had just let it ride, but the plan, they already had it planned, bro. So there was no effort put into the actual, but we had a pretty good thing going, man. I was selling a lot of masks, I was really cracking it with the materials. I had plenty of workshop materials. Yeah, just a shame. Just a shame that there was just so much negative energy. Just so much negative energy. It was just, overwhelming. Overwhelming. It helped the art though, didn't it? It did help the art. I did make some masks. I made some masks, man. I paid the mortgage. I fucking did everything, mate. Fucking school, what do you call it? Shoes. I was so proud of myself, man, for making and selling my masks and then going buying Echo shoes. All those little shoes that we bought her. They weren't cheap, man. $60 each or something like that. Little tiny shoes for her. Yeah, I was proud of myself, man. Fuck. I just relax now, man. I just do my, just think about what I want to do. Other than that, I don't care. As long as I don't leave the property, mate, I'm happy. You know what I mean? I haven't got any paper. I can't go into the restaurant or
anything like that.
I've got to buy my own stuff and cook it and take care of myself and stuff.
That's it.
That's all I got to do. No more court, no more worrying about everything, no more trying to appease everybody. And
At the end of the day, they look for anything they can, any chink in the armour, anything, and they stand up in court and call you a liar. Everything you've said is a lie. Nothing you've said is real. Everything you've said is a lie. Like, fucking mate,
this guy hammered me. I had no lawyer. He's just looking for anything he can.
This family law court lawyer, and he got me on the word school instead of preschool. So therefore, you've lied to me. You've lied to the court. You've lied to them all the way along. Your whole statement is a lie. You've never done anything. You've never done this. You've never done anything you've just said.
Just because you said the wrong word. Yeah, they can get your whole thing thrown out. Everything you've said, everything they asked you,
Just because you said the wrong word. School instead of preschool.
I didn't know. I just said that she gets picked up from school and I
Gets dropped off from school and I take care of her. No, you didn't, Mr. Barker. She never went to school. You're a liar. That never happened. You've never done anything for your daughter. Like, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. When was the last time you seen your other daughters physically? I see them every day on the messenger. No, when did you see them physically? I said, I seen them last night. I said, I don't necessarily need to be around them, but they were making me look like a really bad, to the court, like you're a terrible dad. You never see your daughters, so you don't need to see this one. We can get that signed over straight away.
They sign your kid over, man. They sign your kid over. They sign your kid over, bro. They take everything that means anything to you. And then they just move on to the next case. They move on and forget you. They don't care about you. You're a bad person.
You're this and the other. They wrote up, remember when I was on the order, you got to remove everything, like you got 24 hours to move the pictures or everything, you got 24 hours, right? So
remember they scrolled through it, went all the way down years and years. There's a picture there of Echo. So I got a $600 or $900 fine. And then I liked someone's comment on Facebook.
Of course, she's noticed it or one of you have noticed it and reported it.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Any chance you can freaking get. So down the police station again, they come and arrested me, put me in handcuffs, the whole thing, because I liked someone's comment on my Facebook. I hope you see your daughter one day. Yeah, I liked it. That's all I did. And I got arrested, mate,
put in handcuffs for that. So I got a $600 fine. And then I go to family law court and they've put that down as DV.
That's what they wrote that down as DV. Domestic, DV. So when you go to family court, they say, oh, look, you've got all these charges, 2 things here for DV. What's all that about? And I'm looking at it going, I don't know what they're talking about.
Like, I honestly don't. And the only 2 things I can think of is the photograph and the comment. And they've wrote that down as DV.
Oh, my God. So when you got to the family law court and the family report, they're asking me about things that I don't know about. Like, I don't know I haven't committed any DV, domestic violence.
I haven't committed any violence on anybody.
Let alone, the better half.
The one that's better than me, There's no charges, mate. There's nothing from my past. There's no investigation. There's no questioning. There's no nothing even mentioning that. And here we are in the family court and I'm being accused of it.
The person's had 4 years to accuse me of it, mate. And there is no accusing. But here we are. There's the family law court lawyer, puts up my record, and it's got DV written on it.
How did you get DV put on that? Like, how? So that's what they hit me with. That's what they hit me with right on the last final hearing, the last 2 or 3 hours of your court case. And what really pisses me off and upsets me is that on the final thing when they tell you, you've lost contact on that, you get the web call, you find out that the judge and the family the children's lawyer, have gotten together behind the doors and had a discussion about it and the judge is now thanking her for her help in this case. And I'm thinking to myself, so you two got her and decided the case when there's no representation from the father. There is nothing in that room on the father's side. You two have got together and signed over my child without any representation from the father behind the court, behind the doors. If you two are in a meeting discussing the case, there should be another party there that's representing the father. You should not. How is it legal and proper that you get together and decide the case together with no opinion from the father's side? Not a single thing mentioned from his side. You know, you've got the family court lawyer going through TikTok videos, bro. They bring up the TikTok videos again. Here I am watching these bullshit fucking videos from TikTok at the final hearing, and I'm just laughing at them. And all of these people are now offended. They're offended in the court that you're laughing at it because you know it's fake, okay? But they're trying to pass it off into the court as real, and the judge actually believes it's real. She believes it's real. The next thing you know, you're being questioned about MGTOW. What has MGTOW got to do with me being a father? What has MGTOW got to do with me being a father? Nothing. But here I am, full questionnaire about MGTOW from the judge. It's the first thing she asks me when she walks in the room. Mr. Barker, what is this MGTOW? You need to explain to me what MGTOW is. Like, what has that got to do with me? What has it got to do with being a father? You know? You had no chance, man. What has it got to do with me? It's got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me being a father. But they look for any angle they can. Don't forget, you have done all of their courses. You have done all of their psychological reports. You have spent 4 years battling and trying to get some kind of order. But there isn't. Your orders mean nothing. Your paperwork means nothing. Nothing. Okay? And that made me realise that it's all just for men. They do this to you in the family law court just to get you on the mouse wheel. I call it the mouse wheel. I call it where they just give you non-stop course after course after course, psychological report after report after report, because they're not happy with the last one. You know, the last one didn't give them the paradigm that they want, so they want another one, okay? And you've got to pay for all of that. You're the one. I had to pay for all of that all the time, and you've got to go a minimum of 10 times, and then you've got to pay $300 for the report. So it's going to cost you $800 to complete what she wants. And then you give the report to the court, and she'll complain about the report. She'll complain about the person that wrote the report. It's not good enough. It's not what him. It's, you know, he's not telling the truth. He needs to have more. He needs to have more psychology. They don't do anything. They don't do any psychology report. They don't do any fucking courses. They don't do men's behavior. They don't do anything. They don't even do the things that's on the court order to be told to do. Parenting courses. You've got parenting courses to do. They don't complete anything. Not a single thing. You know, they'll tell the court that they feel racist when they call it, because they don't understand. They'll say, no speak English, no understand, need translator. And that's what they tell the court. Oh, I don't understand, I need a translator. And that according to the court is acceptable. You don't have to do the course now. You don't. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't understand, right? You don't understand. No speaker to habla. Need translator. They pull that out of the hat, mate. No understand. Need translator. Can't do the course. Can't do the course. So they're excused from what you have to do. They're excused from it. Like you're fighting an uphill battle to see your daughter. Uphill battle. You know, the grandmother sits in the back of the car at the visit, sits in the back of the car holding her hand, telling her if she goes, then you won't be able to come back. He's going to keep you. You won't be able to come back. He's going to keep you. He's going to keep you. She's put the frighteners into my daughter, and it's recorded. It's recorded. And it's still not, no, it's your fault. It's your fault.
So it's got nothing to do with your mother sitting in the back of the car telling my daughter, if you go, no, 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 nothing to do with that. It's because you raised your voice to me 5 years ago. That's what they'll say. That's all they need to say. You know, they go to the family report writer, mate, and that's what they tell the family report writer. You know, you haven't seen your daughter in all this time, bro. Remember that. And every single time you see your kid as a dad, you've got to have a report done. You've got to have a third party standing there watching you, because you can't be trusted with your daughter. You can't be trusted as a father anymore. Okay, you know what I mean? It's a joke, dude. You go from full-time carer to your daughter to the person that can't be trusted around her. So the third party watches everything. You get a report done, costs you 300, and it completely contradicts everything that she's telling the court. But it won't mean anything, because, you know, her word means everything. It won't matter what the supervisor says or whatever. She just says, oh no, the supervisor hates me. You know, the whole centre hates me. They don't like me. They're racist, and they don't like, so therefore, yeah, their report doesn't mean anything. That's what they tell the court. Yeah, and then they write a complaint about the centre. You know, I don't like her attitude. I don't like what she said. I don't like what she did, because it's not agreeing with you. It's not agreeing to you. It's showing what happened before I arrived. It's showing what happened after I left, and you don't like that. It's showing what my daughter said to the grandmother, what my daughter said to the mother, and you don't like that either. So you go and complain to the centre. Yeah? So I'm no longer able to use that centre. So I had to use 3 different centres. 3 different centres, because this person complained to the court about each centre. Not about me, about the centre. Don't like the lady's attitude, she's racist, don't like this, don't like that. These are professional child third-party people. This is their business. This is what they do for a living. So, and what you tell the court shouldn't override what they say. But, mate, if you get the right judge, it will. What is written in the report won't matter, because her feelings matter. Her feelings, not facts on paper. How did she feel about it? How is she concerned about it? And that's all they seem to fucking focus on, you know. And she felt this and she felt that. Well, that overrides the report. That overrides the third-party report. That cost me 300. Okay? Now your report means nothing. And all it took was for her to say, oh no, my feelings were hurt. And oh no, they're racist. You know, I didn't have a translator. It doesn't, you know, it's got nothing to do with the grandmother in the back of the car holding the hand. It's got nothing to do with that. No, it's completely overridden with, you know, my feelings got hurt on the day. And I don't like how the lady was on the day. Because, you know, the lady's asking her to stand over there. Don't come here, to leave the car. And you're not even willing to leave the car. You want to sit in the car while it's my visit. You want to sit in the car with my daughter. You know, like they had to argue with this person to get out of the car. Otherwise, you may as well just leave. Okay? So my daughter refused to get out of the car. She just would go to the other side of the car. No, I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. And there's nothing I can do about it. I've got a third-party lady there. I do exactly what she's telling me to do. If she tells me to go and stand over there on one leg, that's what I'm fucking doing. So I obeyed what she asked me to do. And she just turned to me and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Barker. You know, we can't open the door. We're not allowed to open the door. Your daughter has to come out voluntarily. And if that doesn't happen, there's nothing I can do. So at this point, I'm sorry, you may as well just leave. Because past this point, we're stressing the child now. You know, it's got to be all voluntarily. She's happy to see you. But when she goes home and she gets chastised or she's listening into conversations, putting her father... I'm not even called her dad. I'm called Charlie. I'm not even called her dad. They've taken the identification away from the child of their father. So the child doesn't look at you as dad anymore. Where's my daddy? Where's my daddy? You're Charlie. Where's Charlie? It's sad, man, because she's only a little tiny girl and she deserves to know who her father is, what her father. She deserves to spend time with him. I was never bad to my daughter, ever. You know, I was a full-time carer for my daughter. I was a dad every day, and money didn't matter to me, only my daughter did. You know, she gets home, she's got dinner, changed, bath, park, pool. That's what matters. Reading her a book before she goes to bed. That's all I did every day, and they can't take that away from me. It doesn't matter what they accuse me of. You know, it really doesn't. So they just go on your YouTube, mate. They watch your YouTube. They watch your streams or whatever. And it's got, yeah, that's how they judge you. Or, you know, part of it. Part of it. But TikTok videos and all of that, there's nothing to do with me. That's not my streams. You know what I mean? They're just TikTok videos. Completely brainwash. Completely kibosh. You don't exist to the child. You're a distant memory, okay? You're a distant memory. You don't exist. You are just Charlie. You know, it only exists when they're away from the person and they're away from them, and they don't have to worry about how they're going to get into trouble. They're not going to worry about those nasty looks the person's going to give her. You know, and that's all it takes from this one is a nasty look. Yeah? So, you know, my daughter went home in the visit on the report, mate. You know, can Daddy come home now? You know, Daddy said he was sorry. Can Daddy come home? Can Daddy come home? And my ex was not happy about that at all at the door, and complained to the lady about it, complained to the third party. You know, what my ex didn't realise is it's all recorded. Everything is recorded. This person remembers everything. She's got a recorder. You know, and they go back and they write a report on that. You know, the daughter asked for her father. The daughter called him Daddy. The daughter wanted him to come home. The whole thing is recorded. You know, that's why you're paying the $300. So you give that to the court. All she's got to do is call it racist. That's it. That's all it took. It didn't matter you're in court for 4 years. It didn't matter you've done all of their stuff. It didn't matter to them. And that's when I knew that it's all bullshit. This whole thing is just bullshit. This whole court, this whole family court, it's just nothing but putting me on the pinwheel. You want me on the mouse wheel. You want me doing all of the stuff. You want me to go back to court for you to adjourn it. The judge, you adjourned it. Okay? 5 months. You adjourned it. Then I go away for 5 months. I don't see my daughter. No contact with anybody. No Christmases, birthday, holidays. No, nothing. Then when I go back to court again after 5 months, I'm there for 5 minutes, Mrs. Judge, and you adjourned it for 7 months. 7-month adjournment. 7 months. Let it sink in. Fucking adjourned for 7 months? Don't sit there pretending you're doing me and my daughter any favours. You're doing me and my daughter any justice at all. You have just adjourned my case for 7 months. My case is over. It's over. Okay? There's nothing that you are going to do to help me and my daughter. Nothing. And you're the person that sat there telling me before the case started, I know you love your daughter, Mr. And I can see that your daughter loves you, but I need you to prove to the court how much you love your daughter. I need you to prove to the court. So they give you a whole bunch of courses to do to prove to the court. So you go away and you do it all, you complete it all, you pass it all, you do everything they ask you to do. And then they come back into court and you don't mean shit. You don't mean anything. 7-month adjournment. Sorry about that, Mr. Barker. The earliest court date we've got is, and it's 7 months away. 7 months my case was adjourned for. And I've only been in the court 5 or 10 minutes, and then before that, it was a 5-month adjournment to do the family report. 5 months. So in total, just this one time, this judge has adjourned my case for over 12 months. Adjourned. She doesn't have to obey anything. She doesn't have to do anything in the court order. There is nothing you can do about it. Nothing, except go back to family law court. All right? So they want you on the pinwheel, brother, because each court date is money. Each court date is $1,500.
just to walk in, 1,500, and then you got to hire the lawyer, all your paperwork.
All they want to do is your resources. They want to get as much resources out of you as possible.
And then they can just put you onto the side. You've run out of money. You've run out of money. You're nothing. You've run out of money. Your case doesn't go anywhere.
She doesn't need anything.
She lost her legal aid, okay, because she disobeyed the court order, so they refused to give her more funding. But don't worry. They gave her her own children's lawyer, and they had another lawyer there for her to speak up.
She had 2 lawyers on the day. 2. And she's lost her funding because she didn't obey the court order. But that doesn't matter.
Because she's a female that doesn't understand anything, and it's all racist, and it's all, I don't understand anything, I don't understand, I don't understand. I need a translator for everything.
She understands perfectly. You know, she works in a chemist. She understands English perfectly. But it's how you play the court.
It's how you play it. You know, that defenseless, you know, I'm defenseless. I don't even speak the language, you know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
And they all come to the defence. They all come to the defence, mate. And the idea is to take your children from you. To take your children.
You'll never see them again. You're supposed to never see your daughter again. I mean, can you honestly look at me and tell me that I should never see my daughter again, viewer? You know, if you've watched me over the years and you've been with me on my journey, do you honestly think that my daughter deserves to never see her dad again? Like, that's criminal. That is absolutely criminal. You know, and it's sad for my daughter.
It's just sad for my daughter to never know Dad. And now he's called Charlie. She doesn't even grow up with a dad. You know, you grew up with your dad. You grew up with your parents together. And you have consigned our daughter to never know her father. You know, the woman phones me up.
She's got all these demands. And I agreed with them. You know, don't put your daughter on live. You know, she wants me to close my channel down completely, remove all videos, and then I might agree with the court order. So I agreed with everything.
Whatever it is, let me see my daughter. You know, oh, you need to remove it first. You need to do this stuff first. You need, and then she adds, oh, you've got to go back to psychology. I want you to go back to psychology. Okay. Then she'll add, oh, I need you to go back to anger management. Like, fuck, the person's got nothing to do with me. I'm not fucking angry with anybody. But they will completely restack everything again before you see your daughter. Yeah? You don't see your daughter. She'll put your daughter on the phone to say, hello, I love you. And they'll tell her, I love you, I miss you. And she takes the
her and then goes back to her demands.
You know? You tell her about it. She says, oh, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
That's all lies. He's lying. He's lying. I didn't do that.
I can think, you know what I mean?
You won't win as a man because the lawyer will find out what your no, it's 2. They wouldn't appoint me, Jack, because you've got 3 days left to your court case, and no lawyer will touch you because it's a family law court matter, and they've got to do all of this reading. They've got to do all of this catching up, and there's no money in it. There's no money in it to read. There's no money in catching up. The money is in the emails, the meetings, the court appointments. There's the money. Okay, so they're not going to touch you. They won't touch you. You are on your own. Whereas she's the defenseless female that doesn't understand anything and needs all the help they can get. And, you know, I don't even understand. I no understand. I need a translator. I no understand.
Yeah, well, they come out of everywhere to protect it. They come out of everywhere to look for any chink in your armour. Look for anything. And whatever you do accomplish gets put onto the side.
Gets forgotten about. We don't talk about that.
We need to talk about, you know, where a chink is in the armour. You know, you said the word school.
You said the word school, Mr. Barker.
She never went to school. It was preschool.
So from there, they've tried to make you out like a complete liar. Everything you've said is a lie. Everything you've stated in this court is a lie. You're a liar. Everything,
just for one word. just for one word. Okay, so they're looking for anything to jump on that they can. Anything. Okay? Oh, look what I found, Mr. Barker, in your police record. You've got 2 DV charges. And I'm looking at it, I said to the judge, I don't know if this is for, miss. Like, I don't know. I've never been charged with domestic. I've never been questioned. I've never been, I don't know what this is about. So they had me until after the court when I thought about it. And it's the picture and it's the comment. And they've marked it down as DV. So that when it goes to the family law court, it makes you look like you've been, it's anything but see your daughter. It's everything but talk to your daughter. It's everything but your daughter. Whatever they can think of, it's everything but. Okay? I should still be in psychology. I still need to go and do this course and this course, whatever other courses that they have thought of. And the judge looked at her and said, I can't make him go and do courses now. This is the final hearing. I can't make him go back to psychology and get another report done. Okay, this is it. This is the last day. They still had more demands for me to go and do. They don't do anything, remember that. They don't do any reporting. They don't do any of the courses. They don't do anything. They completely disobey the court order. And they'll put it back on me saying, oh, because you don't agree to this or you didn't do that, we don't. They just blame you. They blame you. And the court accepts it. There's no, and the court knows that she's not going to obey anything, viewer. She hasn't obeyed anything in 4 years. Nothing on the court. Whatever that judge wanted her to do, she disobeys it. And there's not a mention of it. There's not a mention of it. Okay? It doesn't matter because it's a woman. It's a woman. It only matters if you disobey it, if you don't do something that they've told you to do. Then the full weight of the law comes down on you. Okay? If she disobeys it, she just blames you. She says it's because something you'd said or did fucking years ago that's got nothing to do with now. You've got 3 visiting reports right here that are after the date of what she's talking about. But that does not matter. We just overlook that. We don't even look at those. We don't even read them again. Okay? It's definitely because you said something 5 years ago. And you'll ask her, why does my daughter call me Charlie? Or I don't know, because she doesn't like you anymore. You've got an 8-year-old that doesn't love their dad. You've got a 10-year-old that doesn't love their dad. And the court accepts that. Any logical person would say that's impossible. Unless you've done something, right? But a normal child wants to see their father. A normal child. If the child looks at you and says, I don't want to see my father again, he's this, that, or the other, that's not them talking. That's them agreeing to the paradigm that they live in. Because if they don't say that, they're going to get into trouble. And that's where I'm at. So we lost. We lost, man. It's taken me a few months to... It's taken me a few months to do it, to think about it. Now I don't have family court anymore. I don't have... And we'll never see Echo again. We'll never see Echo. I'm glad I got to spend the time that I did with her, man. To be honest, I'm glad. I told my stream many, many times, man. I live on borrowed time. I live on borrowed time, boys. It's a matter of time before this person gets me kicked out and removed, and I'll never see Echo again. And I'm living on borrowed time. I said that to my stream many, many, many times, and that's why we spent so much time with her. I tried to spend as much time with her as I could. I didn't care about the negative energy walking around the house. I didn't care about that. I just woke up in the morning and took care of my daughter and waited till she came home from work, from school or preschool. I don't want to get into trouble with my channel now,
I don't want to get called a liar because I got the wrong school name, you know. I don't want my channel to think, oh, everything he said is a lie. Everything he said, it's all bullshit just because he got a word wrong. Did you say school? Did you say school? You're a liar. Everything you said's a lie. Everything you've said is a lie in this court. The whole thing you've said is all rubbish and all a lie. You're a liar, okay? Even the judge looked at me and says, oh no, you've got to be specific, Mr. Butt, because even I had that written down as school and that's definitely wrong. So the judge would have just, the judge is the same. The judge is the same. They're looking for any chink in your armour, anything at all to get you. With her, she's got the shield. She's got a complete shield. She is shielded. It all falls back on you. It all falls back on you. You know, and fuck that, mate. These women would have you in psychology for fucking years. They'd have you going every week. Every week. And then they'll look at the report and go, no, it's just not right. It's just not good enough. It just doesn't seem right. I think you should do another 10. And then we'll get another report done. Like, this person would have had me in psycho for fucking till now. You know what I mean? While they themselves are unaccountable. They're not accountable. Women are not accountable in family law court, bro. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. You know, they're just not accountable. Anyway, lorddobbyking@gmail.com. Help the old bloke out on PayPal. That'd be fucking brilliant. We've sold no masks. We're trying to do our best. We've sold no masks, mate. We've sold Jack. But we are trying. Sarah, this is not TikTok, bitch. You don't fucking talk to me that way here. This is my fucking channel, you fucking low rat. Here, you've got no power. In TikTok, your little bitch-ass self would have already been reporting me. Here, you'll show respect, bitch, or I'll put my boot in your ass. You get it? Understand? Understand? You're better off alone, mate. That's correct, Vibrant. That is how I felt, mate, at the end of it. They literally drained him emotionally and financially, and then rip out was left. That's what it sounds. Yeah, that's how I feel. That is how I feel. I feel completely drained emotionally, everything. Psychologically, completely drained. And I don't trust anything. They've got to the point where I don't trust them at all. And they're certainly not out for my benefit. And my own lawyer, your own lawyer will betray you. She'll fucking betray you, man. If you ever hire that Tracy Walters, she's a family law court lawyer, she will betray you. She'll betray you. She's supposed to be your lawyer, and she will work for the other side. She will present paperwork to you that she has written to benefit the other side, not benefit you. That's supposed to be your lawyer, representing you, your best interest, your best thing. No, mate, this woman will work against you. Against you. This woman tried to have me sign paperwork signing my daughter over. That's my lawyer, presented me paperwork to sign. And I'm like, I'm not signing this. You're asking me to sign my daughter over. I didn't spend 4 years in court to sign it over. It's not happening, right? What I didn't realise is she's working for the other side. You know, 2 days left before the court, 3 days left before the court, she decides to cease to act. When I went to court, who do you think is on the other side now representing her? Free. Representing her. There you go. My lawyer. My lawyer is now sitting opposite at the paperwork that she tried to get me to sign. She's now put into the court. And now that lawyer is meeting with the judge behind closed doors and discussing the case without any representation of the father. Just those two meeting together. You know, she walks in there with a bunch of videos. She's not happy with this. She's not happy with that. And you should never see your children again. Are you kidding me? My own lawyer. So for months and months and months, when you were my lawyer, you were working against me. You were trying to work out how to fuck me, mate, while you're my lawyer. That's what you were doing. And that's what I had to work with, mate. You know, my own lawyer, man, my own lawyer.
My own lawyer. You know, you fucked me. You represented the opposition on the last day.
You walk in like you're the big fucking boss woman and you're supposed to be my fucking lawyer. You know, 3 days ago you were my lawyer, right? Now you're walking in there, opposition, and nothing in your head fucking twings to that. Apparently that's legal in Australia. We have they're not loyal to their ex-client or whatever. Once they've left you in family law court, they're allowed to go to the other side.
That's completely legal here. Completely legal. So now you've got a lawyer representing you, plus the children's lawyer representing you, and you don't even have any fucking funding. You don't need any. You don't need any.
You are completely protected,
Shielded from everything. From everything.
You're a fucking tool, love.
You're a tool.
Nothing more. You're a tool. And you don't even realise it. You're in the wrong chat. Everyone around you. Everyone around you. And you know all I've got to do, Sarah, is just push a button, hun. Just push a button, you'll be in my jail. You see that name you like? Yeah, I'll own that name on YouTube. You won't be able to use that name in any other chat, Sarah. Don't you realise that?
You probably don't, you dumb bitch, right? Yeah, I'll own your fucking name, love.
You keep running your mouth, and I can promise you you're going to need a new name. Okay?
You're going to need a new name. You won't be able to go into any lives.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the fucking thing bugs me, mate. It bugged me. So that's it, yeah. I can't stand that beeping sound, bro. And I haven't got another battery.
Yeah, you don't understand though. I can own your name. Laugh all you want, bitch, but I'll own your fucking name. You got no idea. It'll be my jail. You will need a new name. This is not the same as TikTok. YouTube, it's not the same. So unless you want me to fucking
do your name, own your fucking shit, shut the fuck up. Okay?
I can smell your flaps from here, love. They fucking stink. Okay? They stink. They're fucking smelly. All right?
No, I'm just enjoying my day. It's stinking friggin' hot. Just enjoying my day, man. I've got to stand up. My back hurts. My back hurts, mate.
There you go, Sarah. A nice shot of the baby arm, love. Okay? You can just imagine it now, love. It's massive, love. The huge, big baby arm. All right? It's just smacking on the forehead, love.
There you go.
Man, my back is fucking killing me, bro. Like, it's so sore. It seems to be okay when I'm walking around, and then when I sit down, it's really bad. Maybe it's the lounge, I don't know. But my back really hurts. Last week I had to lie down in the bed, just lay on my side and let my back rest.
I don't know what I've done, man. It's just when I sit down, or I sit down on the bus, or just when I sit down, and it only seems to stop when I'm walking around, and then when I stand still again, it hurts again. So I don't know what's wrong with my back.
I go to this job interview last week. I went to a job interview. It was for a cleaner in the shopping centre, you know, like one of those guys that, you know, rides around on the fucking machine cleaning the floors.
And I went to the interview, right? And it's a nice, really nice Punjabi lady, Indian lady, and she's really nice. And then, you know, you go through to the staff thing there for the meeting, whatever, and they're all Punjabi. All the workers are Punjabi. And I'm thinking, fuck, great. I'm either the token fucking DEI white boy, or I'm not going to get the job. That's it. That's what it comes down to. You are the token fucking DEI. Yeah, that's all you are. Fucking, we've got to fucking diversify a little bit. We've got to chuck a little white in there. We've got to chuck just one, and then we can hire everybody else. Fucking, I'm the DEI hire. I am, and it's Australia. Fuck, we're in trouble, man. When it's the white boy that DEI hire, because everybody, I don't understand anything. I just fucking just mind my own business, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't know. I believe I'm just a DEI hire. I really am. They're just there to fucking just to say they've hired a fucking white boy. Because that's all we are now. We are the minority. We're the minority. We are the minority here, and this country is getting worse and worse and worse. And we are only 10 years, I suppose, behind Europe, behind England, Italy, Denmark. We're only a few years behind, boys. Don't worry. Okay, they will get control everywhere. The ideology will get control everywhere. They've worked it out. They know they don't have to do it by the sword. Okay, that's the old days. That's how they became popular. They go in, you agree, you don't agree, zik, or you pay the jizya. And if you don't agree, we're going to take everybody as slaves. Everybody becomes our slave, and we take everything that you own. That's how they became popular. And then they got the slaves, and then the men, they're all lustful. They're just full of lust, and they just want to shag everything. Everything they want to shag. So the slaves thing, that came into it. That's why all the men joined. They wanted to have S-slaves. That's what they were offered. They were offered S-slaves. Anybody you capture, anybody married, whatever, even if you've done the husband, the brothers, you've wiped out the entire family, you can still take her, okay? So you've just got a waiting period. You've got to wait a month if they're married or whatever. You've got to wait, right? But you can still, and that's what made it popular. But nowadays, the jihad, that's not jihad. It's political jihad. It's political. I mean, right now in Manchester, they are voting in the big T word. The guy is a convicted T. Convicted. And he will become a mayor. He will become a mayor. They will elect him. Because it's not me, it's not people like me that are voting. It's the illegal immigrants that are voting. It's all of their own ideology that are voting. So they will vote their own people in. They will vote them all in. You'll have no chance whatsoever. You have flooded the fucking joint. Flooded it. Okay? It looks like Pakistan. It looks like Afghanistan. It looks like Yemen. You look at videos now of England and London and Europe. It's the same shitholes that they left. It's the same shithole. It's the same thing that they left. And they want to bring it over and ruin your country, grape everybody, blame you for it, get paid for it because they don't work. 84% of them don't work. They're on Centrelink. 84%. That's fucking huge. 84% don't work. 84%. That's huge, right? So, and it's even more over there. They're all on government, mate. They get the free. They're all on government housing, government this, government that. Everything is paid for by the taxpayer. So they come over, you pay them to invade you. You're paying them to do it. And there's nothing you can do about it. You're protesting in England and London, they all rise up and all that. I laugh at that. I fucking laugh at it. Like, you're fucking a bit late, aren't you? Like, don't you think you're fucking too late to the party? I mean, see, it's a bit late, man, when all of your mayors and your council members are Muslim. What the fuck? What are you thinking, man? What, you can walk in on the 14th hour after they've got all of the political seats of power and you want to walk in and protest them? As if they care. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They've got the political power. Okay? And your Christmas, your Easter, your Father's Day, Mother's Day, any posters, cancelled. Cancelled. You can protest all you want. And if you don't do what we want, we're going to burn it down. We'll burn your Christmas tree down. We'll run the thing through the crowd, yelling out Allah Akbar out the window. You know, we'll wipe out 10 people, 12 people, 14 people. It doesn't matter. Because next year, cancelled. Every other year after that, cancelled. Cancelled. Your bollards of peace are not going to protect you. Your bollards of steel all the way down the street. Where do you think they came from? Where do you think they just plucked them out of the air? Or they did that because you've got people driving through the fucking crowd? Yeah? The bollards of peace, mate. And even when they put them in, your festival is still cancelled. It's still cancelled. It doesn't matter. It's still cancelled. You know, in Melbourne here, they complain about the Christmas windows. Every year, they want it shut down, the Christmas windows in Myers. They're not happy with it. You know, they'll throw shit through the window to break the window, to smash it. You know, over in England, they'll just destroy everything. London, England, Europe, Italy, Denmark, where they have the majority, they will destroy everything. Everything. Because there's nothing stopping them. The coppers are all Muslim. The coppers are all... You know, they're Sharia. They want Sharia law, man. That's what they're calling it. They want the same shithole that they left to be there. And then they'll all move away. They'll all go to another country where there's no Sharia because they don't want to live under Sharia. They just want to create it. And then they can move on to another country and go and populate that country and do the same thing over there. But in reality, they don't want to live under Sharia, mate. They themselves. Can you imagine, look, I'm in Australia, okay? You know how many Lebanese Muslims we've got here? And they've all got kids. And you're going to look at me and tell me you want Sharia? Because if you do, you're going to be in a lot of trouble here in Australia, because that means that your children would already be married. So you would marry your children off. You've got a 6-year-old daughter, you've got a 9-year-old daughter, and a 10-year-old daughter. You're trying to tell me you would already marry her off under Sharia? Because that's what it would come down to. Yeah? So hit them up. That's all you got to do is hit them up. Would you, in here in Australia, in a Western country, you just hit them up. Would you prefer Sharia law or Australian law? Okay? Now, they're going to lie to you. They're going to lie to you and go, oh no, in our book it always says you've got to adjust to the country that you're living in, rah, rah. That's not the question. Don't deflect. I asked you, would you prefer Sharia or the laws you live under? You see, they deflect and they lie, okay? Because it's called taqiyya. Taqiyya. They're allowed to lie. They're allowed to lie to protect their book. They're allowed to lie. That's not in my book. You're not allowed to lie. Jesus, he doesn't allow you to lie to protect Christianity. He doesn't. That's not in our book. Where they're allowed to do that. That's part of their thing. That's called taqiyya, something like that. So you've got to really nail them down, mate, because they will fucking lie to you straight to your face. And if they tell you no, they prefer the Australian law, right? They're lying. They're lying. They're not a true Muslim because they all want Sharia. They all want Sharia. They'll scream it out from the top of the buildings. They'll burn your Christmas trees. They'll burn your churches. They will set up prayers outside of the church. How offensive is that? How offensive? I don't even go to church, but that's still offensive to me. That you would set up your prayer around the outside of the church, and there's hundreds of you, and you're all sitting there doing your Allah Akbar and the fucking over a loudspeaker. And as far as I'm concerned, that land, that's church land. That's church land. I don't care if it's a fucking footpath, it's still church land. And you are committing sacrilege against the church and against how I grew up, my country, my fucking laws. You are committing sacrilege, and it won't matter to you because you're showing strength, you're showing power. You see, that's what matters to you, the sword, yeah? And if anybody disagrees with you, you are the one that commits violence. You are the one that commits the burns, and you are the one that will do anything they can. You'll ectate somebody because they've dared to fucking speak up against your book. You know, there was a guy on TikTok, AJ80, mate, and, you know, you watch these lebs, man. You watch, because they talk to an Australian person like me a whole lot different than they ever would another Muslima. They are absolutely the opposite on how they talk to a white girl. You know, AJ80 is sitting there telling him, and the woman hasn't said a word. I swear to God, did not say a fucking word. But he is telling her, if you ever say anything against my thing, you deserved, you know, we're going to do this to you, we're going to do that to you if you ever say anything else. He's threatening this girl, outright threatening her, you see. And unfortunately, AJ, you have no political here. This is not fucking England. You see, they have no political seats here. They're not mayors, they're not council members, they're not fucking you've got a couple of them in our thing. But they have no real power here yet. But over in your country, in England and London and all of that, they've got full power. All council members are Muslim, all mayors are Muslim, all council members are Muslim. You may have the odd DEI white boy there, white English guy, but he is all for them. He's all for it. He's not going to say a single word against it. Okay, so you've lost. England is lost. London, Europe, Italy, Denmark. You're gone. You're gone. You're finished. You're finished, brother. When they start taking your women off the street in broad daylight and walking them down the alleyway, and there's nobody there to stop them, there's nobody there to defend that woman, and she gets raped. She gets raped, man, and, you know, they blame the woman. They blame the woman in England. They blame the woman in Europe. It's like living under Sharia without having Sharia. Okay? It honestly is, because they don't believe her. And they'll put it all down to culture. You know, he comes from a different culture and he doesn't understand and all that. Like, what a load of absolute rubbish. What an absolute offence. They don't send them back. They don't deport them. They just put them in the jail for a little while and let them loose again. Or they put it down the thing and let them loose. Or you've got a judge that's sympathetic and they found guilty, but the judge lets them off. The judge lets them off. Like, you just shake your head. Like, there was a case in England, I think it was somewhere over there, Europe or whatever. The little one was 12 years old. 12 years old. And got taken off the thing and raped, and they blamed the girl. They blamed her. She was on the way to school and she enticed them and she's not dressed properly, and, you know, he thought that she was 20 years old, and somehow that makes it acceptable that he grabbed this, what he thought was a 20-year-old, and he's not in trouble. He's sweet. They blamed the girl. They blamed this poor 12-year-old. You know, it's shameful. England has fallen. Europe, England, all of it. It's all gone. You've got a real big problem over there, man. You know, Trump needs to go and visit over there. ICE needs to visit over there. You need a big fucking border fence, like huge border fence. The boats arrive, mate, just turn them around and push them back off. It's as simple as that. They arrive, great. Get one of those big fucking boats, get a piece of rope, grab it onto there and tow that cunt all the way fucking back out again. Tow it all the way back out to your borders and let it fucking go. They can go back to where they came from. You're not responsible for these fucking whatever. What, suddenly you're responsible for them. I'm responsible for them, am I? England is responsible for them once they go over that border, right? In the ocean. No, man. You need to fucking, you know, in France or something like that, they're on the beach waiting for these boats to arrive, and they just turn the boat around and push it back out again. They just pushed it back out again, man. Like, that shit's frightening. You go to the beach with your family, and then a whole bunch of boats arrive onto the thing, and they fucking start diving out into the ocean, running towards, you know? Like, that's frightening. Frightening. You don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. You know, like a white boy tries to get into Europe, he's got to prove who he is. He's got to prove he's got a job, he's got money, he's got return ticket, he's fucking, fuck. You come on a boat, you're sweet, bro, you just fucking do whatever you want. Like, seriously, like, to do it legally is a huge, big problem, right? Not for these boys. They just get in the dinghy, man. Fucking off you go. Hey, Zeddy, how are you, man? Thank you very much. I hope you're well. I hope you're happy, Zeddy. You know, thank you for being part of my channel, Zed. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being a member on my channel. I really appreciate you, man. I put everything under membership, Zed. As soon as I finish the stream, man, I put it under members. My channel's yellow. Yellow, unmonetized. Couple of things here and there, but majoritively the page is yellow. It's all fucking yellow. So there's no earnings in the ads or whatever, man. There's nothing. There's Zach. Don't do anything in Super Chat, please. Don't do anything in Super Chat if you want to help me at all. Chat, not Zeddy, chat.
LordDobbyKing@gmail.com is direct to me. That's PayPal. LordDobbyKing@gmail.com. Other than that, it's my day off, Zed. It's Friday. It's my day off. I'm cool. I'm cool, Zed. I got the rent paid, gas, electricity paid, internet paid. That's it. I got all the bills done. I'm happy with myself, man. I keep a roof over my head. Landlord's happy. Electricity, gas, and your internet. That's it. Bet you I walk away with a smile. You know, I've got it all done. It's all organised. Yeah. I'm not destitute, mate. Living on the street in a tent, so forth, right? You know what I mean? So as long as I can maintain that, I'm happy with myself. I no longer need to acquire things in order to get somebody to make someone happy. You know, I don't have to do that. I don't have to improve my life so that when I meet someone, they're happy with me and they'll stay because you've got this or that or whatever. I'm not into that anymore. I'll live in peace for the rest of my days. I'll live happily on my own and not have to worry about another person's wants on how they, you know. I am sick of that, boys. Sick of it. I spent 6 years trying to chase someone else's wants, trying to make someone else happy. And it is a waste of your life. A true waste of your life, man, is doing that. Do you prefer... I don't prefer any of them. How's that, Test? Is that okay? I don't prefer any of them. None of them. You bring it up, I'll tell you the truth. Fucking none of them. Absolutely none. And I don't trust either of them. I don't trust them. My own politicians are traitors. Australian politicians are traitors. Anybody that signed that hate speech bill, anti-Semitism hate speech bill, is a traitor to the Australian people and the Australian way of life and how we grew up and our constitution on how we live as Australians. That bill was not written by Australians, mate. It was written by them. It was written by Ishmael, okay? And then they all go over and they all kiss the wall and they get their donations, and then it was pushed through both sides of the wing, okay? There is no left and right, red and blue. It doesn't exist. It's the same fucking bird, just different wings. But the bird is in control, okay? And we're not the bird. Ishmael is the bird. Ishmael is the bird, mate. And left and right do exactly what Ishmael wants, okay? And, you know, I find them traitorous. I find the whole thing, they are traitors. Traitors. You know, I got this on, mate. Should remind you. Poppies, yeah? You know, soldiers died, mate. Soldiers died. They went to war, they died. They got off the boat, they got onto the beach, they were gone, okay? Thousands of men, our fucking people, Australian people died. Why did they die? They died so that you can sit here right now talking the shit you talk, share the pictures you talk, do a protest, everything that you want to do against the government, to have your view against. That's what they fought for. They fought for our freedoms. And what did the government do? The government signed your freedoms away. You don't have any freedoms anymore. You're not allowed to say this, you're not allowed to say that, you're not allowed to share this picture, you're not allowed to protest them, not allowed to even mention his name. Melikovsky's protected. Not allowed to say his real name, because that's not their name. The names that these Ishmael presents us as ministers, look them up. That's not their real name. Their fucking name is Polish and fucking Russian and shit, dude. They changed the name to sound more like of who they're representing. You know? Like, seriously. You know, I'll tell you another one, man, that spun me out. This fucking spun me out. You know, like in their book, before their Messiah, whatever arrives, which is the Antichrist, which is their Christ, okay? Before he's arrived, there must be 6 million of them have been thing. That's where they got the number from. Have you ever wondered why it's exactly 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million? Because it's in their book. It's in their book that 6 million of you have to perish before Mashiach arrives, and before you build the temple, and before you do this, that, and the other.
It's written in their thing. 6 million thing. So they're presenting it like it's the next stage of Messiah arriving. That's why they pump it so far. That's why they pump it so much, that particular number, because it's written in their thing, man. So no, I don't trust anybody that writes laws for another country, which is us. 147 pages of regulations and rules that they want us to live under. And they got it passed. They got it passed. You know, you face 5 years jail if you say the wrong thing. You know, you're not allowed to mention them, you've had 5 years jail. You're not allowed to say this, that, and the other. 5 years jail. How dare you? I'm offended. You know, it doesn't have to be anybody that's offended. It can just be somebody, the minister that watches the video, and he represents those person. They're all offended. It doesn't even have to offend anybody. There doesn't even have to be a complaint. They can do it alone. You know why? Because they've got czars. They've got internet czars on every single social media platform. Every single one of them. They own TikTok. They own it. They own that shit. They're on here. They've got a czar on here, mate, representing them, making sure that you don't say anything out of place. Every single social media platform has a czar from Ishmael, governing them, telling them what's anti this and anti that. Delete this, delete that. You know, we've got our own internet minister. Australia, the only one, has got an internet minister that gets paid $450,000 a year. Wouldn't you like that job? Wouldn't you love that job? You know, an import from Ishmael. $400,000 a year wages. That's insane. Plus they get to ride around the rest of the world, telling everybody around the rest of the world what they should do with anti-this and anti-that. That's why all of the countries have these laws coming in. Not just us. Every single country, they will try and get this passed. Because now there's no war videos, there's no GAZA video. You know, I have to abbreviate what I'm saying, whereas before I didn't have to. I have to self-regulate what I'm saying because of these new laws, whereas before I didn't have to. That is what they have done to Australia. You know, you're not allowed to post anything. You're not allowed to like anything in case whatever it's got something to do with whatever, because they'll get offended. They will. Not only that, viewer, if you actually get like you actually meet people and they're Australian, full on for Australia. You know, we want to protect Australia. We love Australia. Okay, well, we're not allowed to love our own nation. We're not allowed to be proud of our own thing. They call us nationalist, extremist, right-wing, rah-rah. That's what they call you, for loving your own country. You know, you stand there with a flag in your hand and they call you a right-wing extremist. It was an Australia Day parade, on Australia Day. And they're on the 6 News, Channel 7 News, calling them extremist. These are normal mum and dads that have come out with an Australian flag to support Australia Day. But see, once they've classed it, these new laws, now they can ban it. They can ban the entire thing. You know, it's an extreme right-wing movement if you go there and on Australia Day and have a flag. They can ban it. And once they do that, they can ban everybody that's there. They can look up everybody's ID, everybody. And it might be a month later, there's a little knock on your door because they don't approve of what you did. That's the world that we live in Australia now. Why? Because of these corrupt, parasitical, illegal politicians that are traitors. Each one of them that's signed that piece of paper are traitors. Traitors. Okay? They're traitors to Australia, are traitors to how we grew up, are traitors to the soldiers that died for the country. They are traitors. And you need to realise this before you walk back into that office and put your name down and sign anything. How can you support any of these people? Okay? And before you go voting for Pauline, you need to do down the rabbit hole. Do some investigating. You dumb sheep. Do some investigating before you go voting for Pauline. Because Pauline has been over there kissing the wall. She's been over there, brother. She's had her vacation. She's done all the temples. She's eaten the bread. She's kissed the she's worn the hat, and then she's back over here. It's all a setup. The whole thing is a setup. It doesn't matter who's in charge. They're in charge. They are in charge. Not me, not you, not our politicians. It doesn't matter who you vote for. It means nothing in the reality. It means nothing. Imagine getting up, going down and voting, right? Going down and voting. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon. You got there a bit late. 3 o'clock. You got there a bit late. Suddenly you find out you're in the line. Okay? Suddenly you find out, look, there's no need. We've already called the election. We've got 34% of the vote. And, yeah, we win. Your vote don't mean shit. Don't you understand that? It doesn't mean shit. As soon as they get to 34%, they call the election off. They don't count anything more. They don't count it. They've got to 34%. They're happy. I'm in charge now. That's it. I'm making the laws now. Mate, that's where we are in Australia. They're traitors. And also part of the bill, part of the hate speech bill, $102 million of funding for security for Ishmael. $102 million. We just gave them $50 million a couple of months ago when that happened, the old Bondi. That was $50 million to protect their schools. Now they've got another $102 million of funding to protect the schools. So in a matter of 3 or 4 months, they've had a huge injection of your tax money. It's not too bad being Ishmael, is it, bro? It's not a bad pay packet. It's not a bad, let's keep that ball rolling, As if they're ever going to come out and change their stories, man. As if they're ever going to come out and be any different than what they are, okay? Australia gave them, mate. Forget about what America gives them and all the rest of the world gives them for their security, okay? We just handed over $152 million for their security for their schools. Look up the schools in Victoria, viewer. What do you think? There's 1,000 fucking schools here for them? There's like 35 schools. It's like, swear to God. It's like, it's you look at it and go, well, that's a lot of money for security for that amount of schools, right? What have you got, an armed guard for every fucking child that walks in the door? You got an armed guard for every teacher that fucking walks down the thing. They're following them down the hallway, because that's what $150 million of funding would look like. Do you take the children home? Does each security guard follow the children home and they walk them through the front door? And then in the morning they're back at 8 o'clock to pick the children up? Because you'd think for $152 million you'd get some good security, right? Come on, man. The whole thing's a big rort. The whole thing's a big rort, mate. They'll have the Christians fighting the Muzzies, and they'll have us interbreeding, intermingling, and they sit back, mate, and they're the only purebred. They're the only purebred. They don't deal with the goy. The goy are fucking the goy are the goy. Okay, we've got our own thing, our own schools, our own thing, and we are the chosen. We don't intermingle. We don't even eat with you. We won't even eat off a fry pan that you've cooked from. We won't even eat the food off there, because that's cooked by a goy. Yeah? Mate, I've looked into this shit a little bit, thanks. I've looked into this a little bit. That's why I stay out of it. You ask me, I answer, but in reality, I've got nothing to do with no one. I don't follow anyone. Listen to all and follow none. Okay? Listen to all and follow none. Okay? But be aware. The most important thing is you're aware. Okay? Just be aware. And you can stand back a little bit and have a different point of view. And honestly, I'm so sick of everybody agreeing with everybody else. You don't have a fucking opinion of your own. Like, you don't want to disagree with this, disagree with that. Why? Because it doesn't make that bloke happy. You've hurt that person's feelings or whatever. So we should just override everything, because, that the Prime Minister that's visiting is going to get his feelings hurt. So don't you dare talk about what they've done or anything, that the arrest warrants in another country. Don't talk about that. Oh, no, we don't talk about that. How dare you? 5 years jail. 5 years jail, okay? They completely override it. So they basically do whatever the hell they want. That's why they're over there still, mate. They don't care. They don't care. They're doing exactly what they've always been doing. Ceasefire. It doesn't exist. You know, how many people have died since a ceasefire, since the last ceasefire? What is it, 500 people? 530 people have been ectade, mate, since that ceasefire was announced. Like, it's not, it's just a slow, 100 a day, 80 a day. That's what for them, that's great. Over a period of time, we're going to knock all these people off. And, it's not our fault. We're defending ourselves. I love that shit. They don't see anything wrong in it. They will go in and flatten it all and move big buildings in, and Mr. T will come over and hit the first ball off the golf course and not even think about the people that he's walking on underneath his feet. He won't even think about the people that are underneath the ground. Won't even flinch. He won't even flinch, mate. Sarah, you fucking twat. This is my chat. I own this shit. And you ain't got no power here, bitch. On TikTok you do. The minute I say your name, you fucking report me and have me removed. Booted! How dare you say anything against me? I am the mighty Sarah. But over here, bitch, you ain't got nothing. And I'm tolerating you. That's all I'm doing. I am tolerating you. And you want to know why? Because you're nothing but meat and bone and the blood for the machine, darling. That's all you are. Blood and bone for the machine. Okay? Blood makes the fucking wheels turn, and when the bones get crunched, it's a fucking great sound. You're blood and bone for the machine. Nothing more. And I can push the button and remove you and everything you fucking wrote in my chat and put you into my jail. And you can't get out unless I let you out. So before you go running your fucking trap trying to get attention in here from fucking blokes that shouldn't even just ignoring you, they're fucking going to chew you slowly apart, and you'll argue with them and argue with them because they know that it's entertaining for my chat. That's all you are. You are entertaining for my chat. And they can have a little go at you and you can have a go at them. But at no time ever think that you have power. None. None. You're blood and bone for the machine. That's it. And when I'm done with you, you fucking get crunched. And you're done. That is the last insult you fucking say to me, you absolute fucking piece of fucking woman. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking rat. Kaboom, bitch! You're fucking gone. Everything you fucking wrote is gone. You're now in my fucking jail. You like that? I fucking love it. Kaboom, bitch. You're fucking gone. You're gone. Now I'm going to fucking do you completely, mate. Now I'm going to completely do you. Don't go anywhere, bitch. Don't leave the chat. Just fucking stay where you are. Fucking don't go nowhere. Just fucking 1 minute. Boom. Fucking gotcha. Gotcha. You're in my jail. Come back in the chat, bitch. See if you can use the name. Come back. See if you can use your name. Yeah? Sorry, man. Fucking I get sick of fucking listening to them, bro. Even just reading them, it just annoys me, a fucking woman's voice. Just annoys me. The entitlement of it all. The fucking, you got to listen to me. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. You got no fucking power in my life at all. None of these women have got power in your life, boys. Don't give them power. Don't give them power in your life at all. Put up with them, entertain yourself with them, and get rid of them. That's basically it. Don't move them in. Don't marry them. What the fuck for? You think any of these modern women are fucking worth marrying, mate? Do you think their voice is worth fucking 10 years of your life? Listening to their voice, listening to their demands, listening to their fucking entitlement. Your whole life will revolve around what that person fucking wants. And it's a joke. It's an absolute worst life that you could ever have. It's trying to make someone fucking else happy. Yeah, we just get rid of them. Mike. Fuck, mate. I don't know, man. It's a Friday. It's a Friday. I'm feeling a bit amorous. I'm feeling a bit romantic. You know, I think I should be kabooming. There should be more kabooming going on. But there's no fucking kabooming, mate. All right? There's no kabooming, mate. Hasn't been kabooming happening in 8 years. You get fucking married, mate, and you still don't get no kaboom, mate. You don't get no boom boom. You don't get no pie. You don't get shit. And when you ask for it, they call you're a deviant. You're an S-deviant. It's your fucking wife, mate. It's your girlfriend. Fuck. And she's looking at you going, ooh, no, you're a deviant. You're oh, my Godfather, man. Fucking hell, man. Enjoy your day, man. Hopefully you got some, you got something to fucking crack with, man. You're having a good day. Me, I live in peace. I have a couple of chongers, right? I've got me little piece of paper, mate. I'm fucking diagnosed, and I've got no family law court anymore. I ain't got shit but me. I ain't got nothing but me. So, and that's not by my choice. It's not by my choice. So I'm okay.
Other than that, I don't care, mate. I work a few days a week, 2 or 3 days a week. I'm a cleaner. Like for these people, I go over and clean. I don't know, the caretaker or whatever they call it. I think I'm a caretaker. Just this old, young people, old people, NDIS fucking stuff, right? These fucking retards on NDIS, mate. You got to be kidding me. You don't know what I've witnessed, bro. I've witnessed some pretty bad fucking, like, just laziness, pure and utter laziness. And they're trying to tell me they need help. And in reality, they don't. They're just fucking lazy. That's all they are. They're just lazy. And they get used to this lifestyle of someone coming over and cleaning for them and taking care of them or whatever the fuck it is, right? And I don't say nothing, man. Like, I've got my 3 or 4 hours to do. That's what I do when I go home. But I am amazed how people live. I mean, look at my joint, mate, My shit's in place, Floors are all clean. Counters are fucking clean, right? Counters are clean. It's not all clogged up with shit, bro, right? The fucking towel holds the door open, that's why it's there. Other than that, it's clean, bro. Everything is fucking clean. Look, clean. Here, clean. Sink, clean. Okay? I don't have shit everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I got fucking, open the back door up. It's a beautiful view here. I'm so fucking lucky. Like, I walk out the door, the front door, I can walk across the road to the beach. A full beach across the road. I can walk behind here, and I've got a beautiful, I can't even explain it to you because it gives me away too much, but it's really, really pretty, really, really nice. So no, I'm very, very lucky, mate, compared to where I was the entire time I was with that. The entire time. I am better off how I am now. I just wasted 6 years of my life, basically, and the opportunity of being a husband and being a father. I have lost that opportunity. I am now in my 50s, and, I think you should be out having more children and looking for somewhere to get married and, And then I think about my life, and I think, well, the modern woman isn't going to marry you anyway. You have nothing, you see, and they're looking for the prize wheel. They're not looking for the man, they're looking for the prize wheel. What can I get when I get rid of him? And if he doesn't have any property or cars or, it's a pretty much waste of my time. I need to look for somebody that's got a house and, that's how they don't look at the man, mate. They look at what you got, your resources, what you're able to give them, what you're able to do. That's what they do. That's what they look at. And once they've got that, well, they've got the bag. That's what they call the bag. So, it's spin the wheel time, and we have an 80 to 90% divorce rate here, initiated by women, initiated by them, brother. So, men, when you walk down the aisle, hey, let's talk about something. Let's fucking have a chat here, okay? Do you guys watch Maps? Married at First Sight, that one, Married at First Sight. Anyway, did you watch it? Can we get a yes and a no?
So at least I'm not talking to people that haven't watched it. Did you watch the one? It was their first thing, and he met the big blonde Sheila. Huge carpets, and they've all got along, and they've gotten married, and she tells him that she's a single mother. Oh, I've got a kid. Did you watch that one? Where she says to the guy, oh, I need to tell you something, and I didn't know how to tell you, but I've got a kid. Did you watch that one? Yes or no? No. Fuck. Because this is a great learning lesson for men. Huge learning lesson. And I'm not clever on the computer. You need to cut that and make a video out of it for your channel. Screaming in my head. But I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do the computer. But anyway, here's the learning lesson on that. And I'm pretty disgusted in the whole thing. This young man, they did the write-up before. I'm going to make a toasted cheese and tomato sandwich. This young man, remember how they do the introducing? And they're like introducing the person, and they show you the person's life. And anyway, to cut a story short, this guy is a successful businessman. He's devoted himself to his business, and he has put his entire life into his business. And he's amassed wealth for his age. He's got property, he's got his life set up because he devotes himself to work. And his thing on the show was, I'm here to meet a wife and have children. That's why I'm here. I'm here to progress in my life, right? To get a wife and children. That's what he... So anyway, he goes there with that in mind. Remember that. Now she goes there, she marries him, does all that, and now finally they sit down for a conversation, and she tells him that she's a single mother. Right? Did you see his reaction? Did you see him just stare at her? What can he do? Tell me, viewer, what can he do? What choice does he have? He has no choice. He has to agree with whatever she said. He has to say, yes, I'm going to be a good this and a good dad and whatever like that. He's smart. He's not silly. He's smart. Because if he hadn't have said that, if he had just got up and walked out, because that is not what he signed up for. He did not sign up for a single mum. Okay? Don't tell me that he did, because he didn't. But if he didn't sign up for it, didn't agree to it, and he had said no and walked out, this is not what I signed up for, and walked out, millions and millions of single mothers out there would have hated him. They would have flooded the thingy with complaints, all of these single mothers. Because I want you to think about it, boys. How many single mothers are watching this program? And how many single mothers would look at that guy and go, oh, he's nice, and he's got his stuff sorted out, he's a businessman, he's got money, you know what I mean? There'd be a lot of single mothers out there that would want that, you see? So that would break their dream. That would break their little world that they, yeah? Where they're all princesses, mate, they're all queens. And it doesn't matter how many children they've had, they're perfect tens. They're perfect tens, okay? You know what I mean? It breaks that psychological barrier for them. And they can't handle that. And he knows that if he says anything at all that's out of, other than agree, that is what is going to happen to him. He is going to be flooded with complaints. His life is finished. He won't be able to ever meet anybody. Because they'll reflect back on that he dared to have those choices, that he dared to say that to her. How dare you? She's a strong, independent woman, and rah, 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 rah. He's not allowed to have any choices. Okay? Now, you can think what you like about me. I want to pose a question to you. If those two people met in a bar down in Queensland, and they just met each other out, she's out with the girls, he's out with the boys, and they got together, and they had the conversation, and he found out what he knows now just there, just in the bar. Do you honestly think he would look at her and go, yeah, I want to marry you? Or, yeah, I want to actually, just do the thing here, right? Let's get a bit, right? And fucking wake up the next morning and go home. Which one do you think he'd fucking have? Which one? Think about it, because I'm not wrong.
I'm not wrong. There's no way that guy would wake up and go, yeah, I'm going to be stepdad and I want to get married to you. And, you know, there's just fucking none. There's no chance in the world. So I found, mate, that's the show's done that to him deliberately. And they should be ashamed of themselves. But they've done it deliberately, bro. Because there's a lot of single mothers that watch the program. There is a ton of them, okay? And that's what they're counting on. They're counting on that single mum. Because they want to bring men back onto the plantation, brother. Because you've got a lot of men out there that are smart. And then they are his age. They're tradesmen and lawyers and doctors. And they're not interested in women, mate. They're not interested in single mums. Why would they want a single mum when they could get a woman that hasn't had children and none of those fucking problems? He doesn't have to put up with nothing. He could easily get, right? But they want to pull that man back onto the plantation because there's too many single mums out there with no husbands. Now, the single mums, they're not looking for husband, bro. They're looking for their next paycheck. They're looking for their next house to get, next fucking alimony to get. It's very rare where they actually want a husband. Otherwise, why would we have an 80 to 90% divorce rate? Why is it a 90% divorce rate on a second marriage? Why is it 90% divorce rate if your wife gets educated while you're married to her? She goes and does a course, she goes and does whatever. Suddenly she's the most cleverest person in the world and is much more clever than her husband and deserves more. So she divorces him. 90% chance of divorce when your wife gets educated, okay? So think of it what you will, but they are the facts. So I was just disheartened for this man because now he's going to waste months and months and months on this show, fair enough, but he's not going to get what he actually came there for. He's not going to get that. You know, that's why he came there, right? So he's just wasting, you know, all this time really. And that's away from his business. He's earning $1,000 a week or something like that from the show. And he's, you know, his business is not existing now because he's on the show. So he's gonna be wasting all of that opportunity, man, that he could have actually been doing something for his life. And for that. And she was so scared of telling him. Did you notice how scared she was? She was so scared of telling him. Yeah? Fucking scared, mate. You could see it in her face. Yeah? When she's telling the guy, she didn't want to tell him, man, but she has to tell him. You see? Listen, in my eyes, he deserved to know before he even went down the aisle. That is not something you keep secret until after you've married somebody. Having a child is not something you keep secret, mate, until after you've married the person. That is something you need to tell the person before you get married. They have the right to know. He has the right to know before he gets married so that he can say the choice whether he wants to be a single father. Because he didn't sign up on the show to be a single father. He signed up on the show to find someone to get married to in order to have children and be happy with. It must be a different show that I'm watching, you know, where single mothers go to meet their dream man. Yeah? You know, and the way they chose the man, ladies and gentlemen, completely wrong. They don't choose a normal Joe Blow. They don't choose the bloke next door. They chose the bloke that's got a successful business and is worth money, got a house, got a car, you know, has got everything already there lined up for her. So she can just walk in like women love to do and it's all presented to them. Yeah? You know, it's all presented to them, man. It doesn't cost them a dime. It's already done before they've walked in. And they want to be able to walk in, look around, and in their mind, I don't like that picture, I don't like that picture, I don't like where the lounge is, I'm going to move the lounge. They've already got a plan in their fucking brain, mate. Okay, they don't tell you shit. You know, you come home and your stuff's fucking moved, okay? They move your shit around. Like, what the fuck you been doing in my apartment all day? Like, I thought I could trust you. That's what I said to this person that was, you know, I let move in as my girlfriend. You know, like, listen, lady, you're here for 3 days out of the week. You know, you go home Sunday night, you come back Friday, okay, after work. You know, this is my joint, okay? I pay the rent.
You know, I've had to go out for a few hours to do a few things. I let you stay. I come back. The lounge has been moved, and you've taken the pictures off the wall. Where are my pictures? And you start hearing this fucking fairy. I don't listen, love. Shh. Where's my fucking pictures? I don't want to hear your story. I want to know where my pictures are. Oh, I put them in the cupboard. So you put my shit in the cupboard. So I go into my bedroom, open the fucking blind up, and there's my pictures in the cupboard. Get the fuck out of here. Pull my pictures out, put them back on the fucking wall. Yeah? I don't mind where you move the lounge. Just next time you got to mention it before you actually move shit around. I said, it's like me going over to your house, love, and suddenly I just start moving shit around. I said, you're not going to like it at all. Trust me. So they actually think that that's fine, you see, because they're women. Man, I had women going through everything before I learnt about them. I didn't know they would do that because I don't do that. I would never go to someone's house, and if they left me alone, I'm going through fucking cupboards. I'm looking fucking everything, right? You know what I mean? Like I won't even go and I go over and visit my mate, and if it's just his wife home, I won't even go in the house. I'll call my mate up and say, mate, I'm standing there waiting for you. How long will you be? And he says, no, it's okay. You can go inside. So I have your permission to go inside. I won't even go into his house unless I've got his permission because his wife is alone. Yeah? So no. I find it very discourteous, mate. Very discourteous. So don't move. You know, don't move me. I had another girlfriend come in and she's found the letters from my past in my cupboard. You know, a box of letters. You know, because back then there's no phone. You're just writing letters to people. So that's normal shit. Well, she doesn't like the letters, so she's throwing them away. You threw them away while I'm at work, and you're in my place. You went through my shit, and you threw them away. Get the fuck out. Get out. Okay? Get your stuff, and you're out. All right? That for me was crossing the line. Totally crossing the line. I have no right to do that. But of course, you know, they're all gold, mate. They're all perfectly gold. So they're allowed to do anything until you kick them out. That's why I feel like a bit of a fool, mate, compared to what happened to me with that person. I just feel like an idiot compared to what I had been able to, get over in the past. You know what I mean? Because I dropped my guard completely. Dropped my guard, believed what I was being told because I've signed on the paper, and that's supposed to be your fucking rah-rah, right? So, you know, I dropped the guard and did everything they wanted and agreed with everything rah-rah, and that's where we ended up. It was a total fucking con job. So, yeah, that's why it cut so much, I think. That's why it cut so much, bro. No, it's not live, mate. It's pre-recorded, mate. It's pre-recorded, okay? It just didn't make sense to me, Test. I'm just watching it thinking, you poor guy. You poor fucking bloke. You've come on here with your big fingers crossed and hoping for the best, and they know what they're done. They know, okay? So, and they introduce her to the businessman, the one that's got money. And all this does is just show everybody else that's watching, including the men, because they're not clever. They don't work this shit out. They're just watching a program, and they think it's real. They think it's normal. Okay. So then they start thinking to themselves, oh yeah, single mums are good, rah 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 rah, and that brings them back onto the plantation. It brings them back in. It brings them to dating them and being responsible for their bills and being a stepdad. I fucking hate that shit, dude. I'm sorry, but when you have only just met this person, and you're telling him that is it okay if you be a stepdad and all the rest of it? Where's the real dad? That would have been that is the logical thing a man would have asked, right? But he can't ask. Because he's got 20 million fucking single mums watching that are fucking going to kill him if he doesn't answer the proper way. But the man's question would have been, well, where's the real father? Why? What are you talking about? Why? Where's her real dad? Yeah, and then you would have heard all of the drawl and the fucking dribble and all the rest of her that she would have come out with. That we, Because all of us are abusive, mate. We're all wrong. Remember that. All men are guilty. It's very rare you'll meet an ex-wife or an ex-girlfriend that says you're a good guy. Very, very rare, okay?
Don't all men, okay? That's just how it is. You see, me saying that on TikTok would have got me removed. Because how dare you say all men or all women? You know, I'm a fat guy. Put your, you know, I've got this, I've got that I can put into the relationship. He's got his own house, he's got his own business, he's got his own thing. You know, he's got money, man, okay? He's been working like a fucking dog, mate, on his business 24/7. He sleeps in the office. Okay, that's how devoted he is. So, you really think he would have married if he had the choice? If he had the choice and he knew the information, do you think he would have married it or just shagged it? Had a few drinks in the bar, had a good laugh, had a good and go home in the morning? Or do you think he would have looked at her in the bar and after hearing all of that, he'd gone, yeah, I need to marry you. I want to marry you. I want to be stepdad. Like the poor guy has got he can't do anything. He can't disagree with anything. He has got to agree, bro. It's the single mums. And how many single mums are going to someone like him? How can I be feelings change a little bit? You'll find out that the guy that's actually banging it beforehand, he hasn't got any of that. He got any of that. You know, he just real. And I just thought it was a real shame for him and terrible for the actual show itself. And I believe that that's stepping over the line. I really do. If you're going on a show that's, you know, married at first sight, right, and you want to meet your wife and for your future children and that, I think you should really, you know, deserve to know whether they have children or not. You know, I don't think that should be brought up after you've gotten married, so that, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, man, that, you know, you're bringing children to the thing, you know. But to a woman, a single woman, to them it's logical. Oh no, that's fine, you know. You know what I mean? To them it's perfect because that's what they want. That's what they watch the show. They look at the show and go, I wish I had that. You know, I wish I could meet someone like that. It fucking disgusts me, mate. I feel sorry for the guy. I really do. He needs to run. Like, I'm watching it happen, right? I'm seeing that. Go back and look at the guy's face. Go back. He just stares. Doesn't move. He's got a nice smile and he just doesn't move. He just fucking knows, and the minute that he says anything, he's dead meat. He's dead fucking meat, bro, if he says the wrong thing. You can see the wheels clicking, bro. You can see it clicking. What do I do? If I get up and I leave, just get up and leave and don't say anything, they will hate me. Every single mother in Australia will hate me. Millions of single mums are watching this right now. And I just felt really sorry for him. He had to agree. He had no choice. He had to agree. You know, I just think it's wrong. So my advice to that young man is to get out of there. Just pack your clothes and go. Don't say anything to anybody. Let them say whatever they want to say, but that is not what you signed up for. You did not sign up for that. And I feel you're being forced to agree to it. You're being forced to accept it, but you're being forced to go along with it. You're being forced to be who you are because otherwise you're going to get hung. You're going to get hung. Every single mum is going to hate you. Every single one of them. So you'll never, it'll be at the end of your dating thing, wherever you live, okay? And you know why? Because you didn't want someone that had kids. You wanted to meet someone that was like you. You know, you wanted to get married, fall in love, and have children, and well, that's not going to happen. You're going to be in love, raising someone else's child. You might be able to get another kid out of her. You might. I didn't see that being up, but I would have more children if we got married. That part wasn't brought up. Only that you have to accept me because I have a child. That's it. No choice. No choice. Toasted ham and cheese. Two marriages.
I didn't say I was an expert, dickhead.
If you don't see what I see, mate, that's fine.
You don't see what I see. That's fine. One day you will. After age and all the rest of it, been through what we be through, then you will.
You'll see the world in a different way.
But I see what I see. And I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. You might say, Rob, you didn't say I was wrong. You didn't say I was wrong though, did you? You don't have to be a marriage expert, mate. You can just be logical. You can just look at the person's face and just see how they're looking. You know, look at that lost void in his face, mate. Look at the trepidation she had even bringing it up to him. Look at the fear that she had even telling him about it. Look how she reacted to it. You can see it in her face how scared she was to tell him, because she knows she's fucking guilty that he should have known this before he even got married. And she's thinking to herself, is he going to leave me? Because she knows that is the line. That's the line right there in the ground. You know what I mean? So she's worried about it. He's going to leave me, rah, rah. But I've got to tell him. The woman should have told him from the get-go. She should not have gotten married. They should not have gotten married without him knowing that person had children. How dare you even think that is logical and just? That man is not forced, but goes into marriage with an open heart, thinking he's going to meet the woman that's going to have his children and be married. And that is not the fact here.
You've got a single mum.
How is that right, that he gets married to this person without knowing? And then afterwards you find out and you have to accept it. If you don't accept it,
you know, everybody watching on the TV is going to do what? Stand up and cheer?
Are they going to do that for him? You know what I mean? Fucking my back, mate. Oh. No, I can't afford it. Don't worry about it. Not for a long, long time, Karen. You're right. And they accuse me of whatever they can. I don't give a fuck. I don't touch any of that shit. Never have. Fucking never have. And anything that I do, mate, is legal. I've got a doctor's certificate. I've got a Medicaid or whatever the fuck it's called, right?
I don't do anything. I don't do anything illegal.
It's fucking... They had to leave it because I've got a fucking medicinal thing for it, right? So I'm not illegal. I'm in my own premises. I'm not doing anything. I'm not outside doing it or whatever, whatever. So no, and most of the time I stay on my game. I've got bills to pay, man. I've got a roof to keep over my head, you know. I don't want to be a total fucking loser. Maybe one day Echo will contact her dad. My other children see me. I've got older children, don't forget, that watch my stream. I've got ex-wives that watch my stream. They all watch me, Karen. They're all looking for the... You know, if my kids think anything, mate, they're on the phone, Karen. They're fucking on the phone, mate. My daughters, the fucking, Dad, what's this? I've never had it, never had whatever. But they would do that. So I've got to show them that Dad's good, Dad's fine, he's getting along in life, it's become easier because I'm not going to family court all the time. They want me to forget. The courts, they want you just to forget and move on with your life and restart your life. And, fucking mate, they're criminals. So they're hoping that you're so busy you don't even think about it and you just move on in your life.
That's what the court's hoping, yeah.
But I live in peace. I don't worry about a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot of paper. The bills are all paid, mate. Electricity, gas, internet, and the rent got paid this week. Other than that, I just count on maybe a couple of masks, hoping a couple of masks pump out on eBay this week. Other than that, I don't go anywhere or do anything. I don't have any paper to go and do anything. I don't care.
I'm happy just to dwell and live in a bit of peace and quiet, mate. I don't even put the TV on. So if I'm tired, I go and have a sleep. If I want to have a shower, I go and shower. You know what I mean? I don't have to. It's a different thing for me. It's a lot more freedom now than I've ever had in 8 years. And without, I don't get to see Echo. That's all. I just don't get to see Echo. Yeah. 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 The family lawyer would pick apart the live stream and just pull 10 seconds out of this or 10 seconds out of that. Present it as that's how you are all the time. Some of the subjects that I talk about, yeah, they're offended. They don't like this, they don't like that. I got questioned what MGTOW is. I don't know what MGTOW is, Test. I got no idea. I think I made a video on my channel questioning it, right? We are not MGTOW, some shit. I got questioned about that. What has that got to do with my family law court case? I've got no idea. But I got questioned about my channel, yeah. They don't like it, bro. They don't like it when you're talking. So in their eyes, you deserve to never see your daughter again. That's how it works. Like seriously, it really is a joke. I don't think Echo was ever on live stream. We were on live stream, and she would walk into the garage door, and I would turn the camera off or ask her to go back inside. But you know what I mean? Or there was a couple of times in the garage where she's painting, and that's fine, whatever. But it's not like like you're full on, you're just streaming, your daughter. That didn't happen. That has never happened. I mean, this person just fucking lies, right? Because I know for a fact that I'd have her in the morning until 8:30, something like that, and then she gets dressed. Mum dresses her, and then I take her out to the bus, and I wait until 3:00 for the bus to drop off. I make masks, and that was the deal. She asked me to do it. The family meeting. I've got a chance of getting a good job now, and if you can stay home with Echo, everything with Echo, let me go and do the job. That'd be great, Okay, first job she's ever had. First job ever. Okay, sweet. So I'm glad I got to spend that time with Echo. I'm glad I did. Yeah, I'm glad I got to spend that time with her. It's horrible when the woman is earning more money than the man. That's terrible. Yeah, you're going to see your life really get turned upside down, mate, if she's the one that's earning more money than you. Yeah, it's fucking seriously, bro. If she goes and gets a job, you're fucking doomed, mate. You know what I mean? The divorce is almost written up because she hates that. At the start of it, she's wanting you to agree to it. She wants you to do it, rah. A month in or 2 weeks in, when she starts to get some money in the wallet and she starts to get her wages in the wallet, and you're not working, and she has to go out and buy groceries or pay a bill, that's when she hates it. Absolutely hates it. And suddenly it's changed. The agreement has changed now. I've got to go to the market every day. I've got to earn enough money to pay the bills and be home at 3:00 for when Echo gets dropped off. This is her fucking complaint because she's got to pay some bills, mate. She don't like the fucking bills, man. She just wanted to collect her wages. She thought that I'd be able to cover it all and she'd be able to save her money. Like the fucking... Yeah, it's the worst thing that can happen to you, bro. So when she's standing there trying to get you to agree to a new job and stuff like that, yeah, you're on borrowed time, mate. You're on limited fucking time. Fuck. She didn't leave me, I left. I'm the one that fucking left. You need to get your story right. You need to get your story right, Kaz. And if you're going to be a fucking bitch, I'm going to fucking unload you. Alright? Simple as that. You're going to start asking me fucking questions and shit. Yeah, I don't answer you. I'm a Lord Dobby. I don't answer to you. I don't give a fuck what you want. You get it? If I answer you, it's because I want to. Other than that, go F yourself. How's that for you? Yeah.
Yeah, they were the wealthy one, man. They didn't buy the house. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck you invent shit. Fuck you invent shit, eh, bitch? You just fucking invent your own fucking storyline, you fucking crazy ass fucking woman. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, love, to save me fucking even talking to you, I'll just agree with whatever the fuck you want. Just fucking agree with it. You're a woman. Fucking smelly ass fucking flaps. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking hell. I'm trying to eat me lunch, mate. I'm not fucking making me barf up. But yeah, very wealthy. Yeah, the parent, yeah, very wealthy, man. Yeah. 100%. That was the plan. That was the plan. That was, that was the whole thing all the way along. Fuck, you think it was all, it's all a fucking, the whole thing's a setup. Okay? The whole thing, to get rid of you, get the house, it's all a setup. The whole thing is a fucking con. The only thing that's good in there is Echo. That's it. That's the only thing good about the whole thing. Okay? Yeah, I'm not triggered anymore. I got diagnosed. My reactions are because I know my reactions. They're not involuntary anymore. They're voluntary. If I give a reaction to you, yeah, it's voluntary. Whereas before I used to react. Yeah, I was diagnosed, Karen. I went to a doctor, got diagnosed. So, full diagnosed. So yeah, I'm a reactionary. I suffer severe depression disorder. I've got all this. I got that fucking thing where I don't like leaving the house because it was COVID, 2 years locked up. So, I get a bit anxious when I leave the property. I get a bit, can't wait to get fucking home. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. That one. I got diagnosed with that one. I got diagnosed, mate. That's how I got medicated. They want to chuck you on the pills, bro. But when I went to the doctor, you got to remember, I didn't have these things going in. I wasn't anxious. I wasn't depressed. I didn't suffer severe depression disorder when I went into it. I left with that. That was my baggage. Okay? So reaction was one of them. But at the time, it was fun. It was fun. I did, it just went a little bit far. And there's no money in it. I couldn't even get a fucking chocolate milk out of it, bro. There's no money in it at all. Yeah, Mum is. I made a tomato and cheese toasted sandwich. I make my own food. I don't go out and buy anything. I don't buy nothing. I make my own food. I'm happy. It's much better. It really is much better. It was that or the choice between sausages and eggs. But I didn't feel like cooking because it's hot. But I got the sausages on special. Oh, sorry, I ripped the label off, but you can see I got a yellow sticker on it. I bought them for $4, $4 a tray. And I've got two more here. See, on special $4.99. Less than half price. So at least I've got some food for the next few days, mate, because otherwise I'm a bit fucking stummed, mate. I've got to sell a mask, I'm a bit fucked. But we've got stuff in there, man, because remember opening up the fridge before it was empty. So, we've got some milk, we've got chocolate milk, we've got fucking coffee milk, we've got orange juice in there. So, we're not starving, man. We had sausages and eggs. If I wanted sausages and eggs, because it's too hot. So, I just have a couple of sandwiches, mate, and I'm happy. I've got plenty of tomatoes in the fridge and plenty of cheese. This is enough for me. I'm old. We don't eat a whole lot because we're old. I don't know what happened, man. I just fucking scrolled and the thing went dead. But otherwise you get fat. You get fat. I don't want to get fat. I'm fine. I've got a little bit of a belly and I've got that nightmare from years ago. You're old, fat and ugly. I remember being called that many times before I put my fucking foot down and said, I've had enough of this shit. Why don't you fucking jump on the weight machines? Instead of weighing me every day, talking down to me. Why don't you? Because you're fucking bigger than me. What the fuck you talking about? You're a lot bigger than when I first met you, lady.
Oh no, I've already weighed myself. I don't need to weigh myself right now. I've already done that. I just want to check on your weight.
So the woman would weigh me every day and then tell me how fat I am. Okay? You know, you're eating too much. You know, look how fat you are. Doesn't want to shag me, but fucking will tell me how fat and ugly I am. Fucking. Oh, fuck. No, yeah, I'm off work, yeah. No work today. Friday. I've done 3 days, man. My back hurts. Like, it hurts, man. My back hurts. Like, it actually really hurts me. I didn't say nothing at work because, you know, they'll tell you not to come back or whatever. But it really hurts, man, my back. I spent yesterday in bed, man, just lying on my side. Just lying on the side of the bed.
Just to try and help my back a bit, you know. And that helps when I'm lying down. You don't feel shit. But it's when you get up, oh my God, it's like bang. It's from the walk. You know, 'cause I live far away from the supermarket. I don't live close. It's fucking a long way. And I got to carry the groceries home. I've got to carry the groceries home. You know, 2 litres of milk, 2 litres of juice, coffee milk, they're my essentials. I've got to have something to drink and I've got to have some kind of food. And all I could fit in the bag was some sausages. So I got to lug that, which is a fucking trip, bro. I swear to God. I got to stop like every 12 feet or 20 feet or whatever and swap sides. Mate, when I get home, my back's fucked. My back is fucked. I can't move. And the next day, I really pay for it, which was yesterday. I really paid for it because the next day is when it really
hits you. The next day. So my whole back was. I feel better when I'm walking around, whereas if I stand still, it starts to hurt,
and if I sit down, it starts to hurt. It only feels really good if I'm laying down on my side. That's what's stopping me from doing the ghost mask. I need to sit down on the lounge and make the ghost mask. Okay, I've got 2 people that are wanting
2 ghost masks that I need to make. So I'm going to try and push them out by next week. I'll take the weekend to do it.
And to keep them going, I need to only make things that I know that people might purchase from me, not just make masks.
I need to make sure that I'm only spending time and money and materials on masks that I know that people can actually, right? So we're getting there. We're letting these. Sorry, man. I think it's the boys.
Nothing for the radio waves to bounce off, mate. So McDonald's fucking internet, bro.
Corey today will be made this week. Corey. Iowa. I'm just letting them sit out here, mate, just to cure up, make sure it's all dry. I don't have to worry about anything when I grab it. And then Clown. This is a Iowa Slipknot Clown, 0.5 Iowa Slipknot. He's pretty messed up, pretty screwed up. Plenty of detailing, plenty of marks on him. I don't do Michael Myers.
I don't make Michael Myers. I just don't make him, mate.
I don't make him. I've made him in the past, but I've never made him since, mate.
Because the mould that I bought is a Nick Malpugno, and I had no idea.
I bought a mould in good faith. Guy told me it was his mask, and it turns out to be Nick Malpugno's mask.
So I've never made one since. The mask has sat there. Nick has contacted me about it and explained to me what the fuck, right? And I've apologised because I like Nick. He's like the #1 Myers person on Facebook or whatever. And he's very, very talented, mate. Very, very talented artist.
So I've never gone near Myers again, mate. I've only got him on the counter for me. Like, I've got my own Myers.
I've got my own, but I don't sell Myers.
I don't sell them. The James T. Where is it? Where is it, mate? Where is it? Somewhere down here, mate. Somewhere here it is. Here it is in front of me. 1 minute, man. These are all me fucking back, mate. I can't even bend over. You're freaking killing me, bro. Like, I can't even bend over and pick that mask up. 1 minute, man. That's this one, bro. That's that one. Look at the hair, bro. This is ridiculous. It just falls off. This fucking company, man, is the worst company for masks. The shit just falls apart. It literally just falls apart. It just fell straight off the mask itself. Just fell straight off. Like, absolutely ridiculous. But that's the one you're talking about, man. That's the one they made the original Myers mask out of. Yeah? Yeah, that's that one there. That's that one, bro. You know, they convert that one to make a Myers mask. But that's the original James T. Kirk. Look at the difference in the picture, man, compared to what you buy. Look at the fucking difference, man. Like, it's a completely different fucking mask. Like, you're fucking the picture you want, right? The picture you want, right? Look at what you fucking buy. These fucking retards, mate. These fucking thieving fucking, you know? Like, it's fucking, it's a completely different fucking mask, man. It's a completely different fucking mask. Oh, fuck my back, man. God damn it. Dobby, can you make a mask of your own? No, mate, no. I don't know. I don't have any clay work. I've got no stuff to work on. I've got no clay. I've got no armatus thing. I've got no materials, man. None. I'm working on bare things over here, man. Just trying to keep a roof over my head. I don't have the money to buy materials. Sorry. Yeah, nice mask, Bobo, but you've got to put a lot... Is it Bobo? Yeah. You've got to put a lot of work into that one, mate. You're going to have to strip it all the way back. That's why I say to you, you know, Nick charges a couple $100 for them, whatever it is. And you can get one from him. He's professional, mate, because that's all he does is make Myers. You've got to go to a person that actually makes Myers to get a good Myers mask. And he doesn't sell a picture. Okay? And don't buy this guy's masks. Do not waste your money on this brand. WMP. Yeah, do not buy these masks. Okay? Don't buy them. Here, man, I'll show you why. What do you notice, dude? What do you notice? You see that? What do you notice? You can't fucking breathe. You can't breathe. You put the mask on, you'll fucking die. The nose slits never cut, mouth is never cut. That's just how he sells his masks. You can never wear the fucking mask. Okay, you can never put it on. You'll wear it for 2 seconds and take it off because you can't breathe. Why in the fuck would you sell a mask, mate, that you can't breathe for 250 fucking US dollars? That shit pisses me fucking off. You know, you send it to the client knowing that they can't breathe. That's a waste of money. It's a waste of a mask. It's not even a fucking mask. It's not even a fucking mask, mate. It's just a fucking thing you put on the counter. All right? It's fucking annoyed the shit out of me, mate. 200 US dollars. The best mask maker, the best fucking Myers, right, rah, rah. You can't fucking wear it. I contacted the guy and told him, man, how do you wear the mask? How do you wear it? Because I can't wear it, you know. Why wasn't it done before you sent it? Why wouldn't you, what? It just, anyway, so I got out of Slipknot, I got out of Myers. I fucking was pissed off, man. Pissed off. Yeah, Karen, yeah. Yeah, just a couple of days, man. 3 days. And they've tried to swap me over to the other shopping centre. And I knew when I went there I got no chance. I knew when I went there. Like, you got zero chance of getting a job here. They're all Punjabi. Unless you're going to be the DEI white boy for the joint, they might hire for that. But otherwise, you don't even speak the language. You don't even speak the language, and you can't say anything because then they call you the R word, the R word. You're not, like to me, you're just a token white boy. That's all we are. That's all. If they hire me, and they didn't hire me, they did. Well, I didn't hear back. Put it that way. I went for the job interview. I went there, sat down with the lady, and that's when I started to notice. Hey, hang on a minute, everybody in the office. Everybody talking to me, the actual appointment, it's all the same fucking ideology, right? You got no chance here, white boy. You got fucking no chance here, white boy. You're a fucking old cunt, mate. They can hire someone half your age. Half your age to do the same job. They don't have to hire an old guy that might break down and his back hurts, and he starts filing with HR. I might slip over or some shit, right? And get hold of HR. I didn't say nothing, man. I just smile. You don't ever tell them. Don't ever show your cards. Don't ever show that you know. You're better off just to not let them know that you know, okay? And just go along with it. Just smile, brother. Just smile and fucking go along with it, and you'll get out of there. Everyone will be sweet, okay? No one's going to complain or whatever. It's very easy to get complained at. You get in trouble here just for tone. Tone, how you spoke to the person, tone. You can get in trouble for what you said and then how you said it. Just for the one thing, you can get into two different charges because you spoke with the wrong tone. Fucking wrong tone. Fucking scratch my head. Like, what the fuck? He said, what did you say? I said, good morning, miss. He said, yeah, but how did you say it? I just stared at the boss and said, good morning, miss. I said, I don't know how you take it. I don't know how it sounds, but that's what I said. He said, you didn't say it badly or harshly. I just looked at him and said, good morning, miss. That's it. That's the only words I said. Good morning, miss. And I got into trouble for that. Well, I didn't get into trouble. I didn't get into trouble. I got, reprimanded. And then I got basically asked to leave. And all I said was, good morning, miss. But because this person has taken offence to it, I'm the one that gets in trouble. I'm the one that gets hauled into HR, big conversation, question time, how did you say it, what, I've just got my sister on the phone. And my sister's like, you do realise we are in the office and he is in trouble for saying good morning, miss. You do realise this, right? My sister made them twig because she's not putting up with the bullshit. Because I'm a man and anything I say, I'm guilty of. Anything I say. But when a woman pipes up and says something for the man, nah, that's a different thing. My sister said, I'm not copying it. I've told my brother to be quiet and not say a word. I think that, we should get HR down here and, let them investigate. Because as far as I can see, my brother has told me this is what happened. And he's now in trouble, is he? Is that how it works, is it? That is the full story. And for someone that's been around me a long time, mate, I'm pretty surprised that you would ask me. If I had something else, I'd fucking say it. I'm not a gutless cunt like you. I don't have to hide behind fucking names, mate. I can just say whatever the fuck I want. And I didn't get into any trouble. I told you that. I didn't get in trouble. I just got questioned. I got questioned. I've got 3 days left in my contract. And I just got out of there. Told the boss I'd feel, it's just, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here. I've been accused, I've got witnesses. I said that and then I just walked away. I went and sat at the table. And the other boys are sitting there and, well, what is she yelling about? I said, good morning, miss. And the bloke said, you serious? I said, yeah. I said, I'm sitting over here with you, mate. I'm not moving. And this person is still yelling. She's got her finger in the air. She's yelling out, how dare he call me, how dare, my name is this, and this. He should ask me my name, Mate, I did a move from the table. man, being a fucking man or whatever, but once a woman raises her voice to me, mate, I don't hear anything. Oh, are you that way? I don't hear a fucking thing once they start raising their voice. Once they start making... I don't hear a single word. I'm sitting there with a couple of days, one of the women came in, her name was Kerry, and she's come in, and she's an ex full-on thing, right? Ex, that's what he's telling everybody. Anyway, she's come in, and she must have gone and got some delivery. She must have went and got some food or whatever for the pantry. So we're all at lunch, and she's demanding that we get up and get the stuff out of her car, do it now. I need it done straight away. And, starts, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm on my lunch. Right? I'm on my lunch. And that's the same person as me. They're not in charge. They're exactly like I am. They're a volunteer. The person in charge is in the office. She's not in charge. She's just walked in the door, demanded everybody get up and everybody go out and because I'm in a hurry. So I just sat there, right? I'm not going anywhere. I'm fucking hungry. I'm hungry, all right? I'm hungry. I'm sitting there with food in front of me, all right? I'm hungry, okay? So I'm sitting there and I'm eating. I'm not going anywhere. So all the other boys sat there because we this is our lunch. We get 20 minutes for lunch, 30 minutes for lunch, whatever it is, and that's it. So she's gone out. Nobody came out, of course, because we don't work for her. She's not a boss. She's nobody. Unload your own fucking shit, right? So she's come running in and starts abusing people. I know you don't like me, but you have to obey me. You have to do what I tell you to do. I've been here longer than you. Full fucking thing. This woman is going off her tree. I just switch off. I didn't hear a fucking thing she said. Nothing. No, the guy beside me said, "What did she say?" I said, "I don't fucking know. I don't care." I said, any woman that raises her voice, mate, and starts yelling and screaming at you, just fucking walk away. I don't hear a fucking thing she says. Absolutely nothing. I don't hear any of her demands or wants or needs. I don't fucking know. So I think it was the next day or the day after she came in and apologised. Because she's in the wrong. She has no right to talk to us like that. She has no right demanding things like that. And the fuck do you think? She thinks she has no right to talk to us that way. None at all. So she's in there apologising because she's had a taste, mate. She's had a fucking taste, And then she comes in and does all the demanding shit and fucking, right, goes off at people, right? The next day she has has a think about what she's done and comes in and apologises to everybody. Apologises. I'm sorry. I don't have any right to talk to you that way. Please forgive me. No, mate. Once they start raising their voice at you, demands, whatever, just switch off. Just switch off, man. You don't hear anything. You don't hear a goddamn thing they want, okay? Nothing. Nothing, boys. You don't hear anything. That's the best way you could be, honest. That's the best way. No, I just left, Jimmy. I just left. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I got interviewed, got HR interviewed, got told that, we're sorry, Charles, nothing's going to come of this. We've talked to everybody. We're really sorry. They were apologetic. The job were very nice to me. HR were very nice to me. The agency were very nice to me. I am not in the wrong. I've done nothing wrong. Seriously, nothing. I had 3 days to go. And I thought it's a bit embarrassing now to come back every day, as I said to the guy, and people have been interviewed, they've been questioned. It's just it's not a nice thing, right? So the guy said, look, I'm just going to sign you off. I'm going to sign you off, Charles. Go home, try and forget about it, move on, don't worry about coming back. Because it's not good. She got reprimanded, if you want to know the facts. She got reprimanded. What the fuck, man? You want me reprimanded? You think that are you fucking kidding me? She got reprimanded, mate. You're not allowed to talk to people like that, in case you don't know. Yeah? You're not allowed to talk to people like that. HR told me I'll be chasing up after her.
She laid false charges. She's the one that would have got you into trouble if she could, you know? Yeah, my channel is about don't get fucking married. Absolutely right. Exactly fucking right. Don't marry these modern women. You're fucking crazy. You are absolutely nuts if you marry one of these modern women that fucking kicking around nowadays, mate. You are crazy.
Especially if you've got any money. If you haven't got any money, you'll be okay. You know, you'll be safe until you've got the house organised or you're paying for the house. And, 4 or 5 years of that, and then she'll fucking get rid of you because she gets the house. But if you haven't got a house, you're immune.
If you haven't got money, you're immune from a woman, mate. They only want a guy that's got the setup. Okay, they only want that guy. They want that guy with the house, the car, the business, money in the bank. That's the one they want to hook into.
And even if they've got 2 children, he's the one that they want. You know? Not all of it, Karen. Yeah, not all of it, hun.
We weren't that silly. We seen the con. We've seen the con from a long way away. I let it play. I let it play out. And there were certain, times when I pulled my funds. I pulled them. After I found out what was going on with the Daegu shopping, Karen, I pulled all funds. Refused to send it overseas. Refused to buy this, do that. I'm not investing in any more businesses. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. So I took control of the funds. Okay?
After that, they were trying to find ways of getting the funds out of me. Okay, while it's in PayPal or while it's in the thing to try and get it in their account. And that's when I come across the metal. That's when I come across that. So I put all of it into that. I didn't game no more. We're not,
because you've already got a nice chunk of mine over there
sitting in your account already. So why don't we pull that over here and we'll buy more product? Didn't want to do that.
Just wanted to keep funding.
So then it worked out that, okay, then it doesn't pay anything. So now all that can go straight on the house. All that can go towards bills. So that's when it starts overloading you with bills. It'll start overloading electric, anything, any kind of bill. And it wants it paid a month early. Like it'll show you a bill that's not due for fucking a month and a half, but it wants it paid today. It wants it paid today because it wants your cash spent. It doesn't want you having any savings. Only she can have savings, you see, because her plan is to take everything and to leave you fucking destitute, which is basically what it did. Okay, it left me, I had nothing. My stream helped me. My stream helped me. The gentleman here gave me 4 nights in a motel. He paid for the motel. Another gentleman paid for another 2 nights motel for me. And then my sister helped me. My sister got me out of the motel and, I was renting a room and trying to get my life back in order. But I would have been 10 times devastated, mate, if I hadn't have jerried to all of it. That's when, I can understand why men turn to drugs and they turn to alcohol, and we have a high suicide rate. A huge suicide rate. Huge for men. So, I understand why they take that path, bro. I really do. I'm not that way, okay? Honestly, I've got my sister, I've got my channel, and I live within my means. Whereas a lot of people, they want more. They're not happy with what they got. They want more. So, I might have $31 in my bank account, but all I can think about is completing my masks. It's not to go on TikTok and beg for money. It's not to come on here and beg for money. Like come on here to talk, but it's to try and complete projects. Yeah, to try and get things where I can sell them and I'm able to function. Yeah. Until then, I've got enough food and stuff to last me a few days, and I'll stress about it, Monday, Tuesday next week when I've only got $30 in my account. Until then, I've got cigarettes. I don't need to go anywhere. I don't go anywhere. So I don't have to worry about taking a bird out. I don't have to worry about paying for her stuff, which is great, because you won't end up with anything, boys. I swear to God, man, there's so many men like me that are my age that end up with nothing. Nothing, because the person has taken everything. They've taken literally everything. You know, his entire time he's worked, his entire time he's been functioning.
It's gone. It's gone.
Don't you understand? I wouldn't have the comics I have, or even the statues that I have,
Unless I'd put them in the car on that day.
I wouldn't have them. She would have them.
And they'd be in a garbage bin somewhere. Yeah? Because you don't even end up with the things you had before you walked into the relationship. They end up with everything. And then they decide what you can have and what you can't. And then the rest of it goes in the bin. You know, all my stuff was in the garage.
But I couldn't fit it all. You know, I've got a little car, but I've only got one chance.
One chance, that's it. You know? So I had to decide what's important.
What am I in desperate need of taking? You know? And that's the art.
I need the molds, latex, hair, materials, paints. I need everything that's got to do with masks. After that, after I've got that in the car, then I can move on to fucking comic books and my
collectibles that I've been having in the garage for fucking all this time, you know, which I've been collecting since I was young.
You know, there's a lot of stuff in there. And there's stuff that person's going to look at and go, oh, that's not worth anything.
And it's actually worth a lot. It's actually worth a lot. There's a box of fucking cards, shiny cards. And she's just going to look at them like shiny cards. But they're first release Dragon Ball Z and fucking, that other card game. This one. I was lucky enough to find a few of them in my comic books boxes. But these cards, I had everything. Like a whole box full of them, all in plastic like this. And that's first release cards. So I don't know if they're worth a lot now or whatever, but even back then, that's $25, $30 back then for this card. So hopefully she hasn't thrown them away. Then you've got all the comic books, yeah,
that I'd been collecting, which is
horrible to think that they've been ended up in the bin. Horrible, really horrible to think. But who knows? I got rid of her. Got rid of all of them, mate. Just like you on borrowed time. Just like you. Yeah. Except she was encouraging people in the stream against me. She'd be putting me down in the stream over and over and over and over. Fucking nothing good to say for someone that's been around me for so long. And I go along with her and I got fucking sick of it.
That's just the truth. I get sick of it.
I'm done with you. You don't pay a dime here. I don't know.
What am I putting up with you for? You're not even a member of my fucking channel. You don't even pay $4.99. Okay? I'm lucky if you like a fucking stream. If you even put a like up here, I'm lucky. So,
yeah, I owe nothing.
Yeah?
And I found it draining. You've got to answer to these negative all the time. It's really annoying.
And also, from memory, I remember that person. I remember, and this is why I removed her out, because, I mean, I'm on there saying, hey, if you guys want to chuck me a couple of bucks for a chocolate milk, I'd really appreciate you. I've got no money at this time. You know, can you help me out?
She's in the chat telling them not to do it. She's in the chat telling them not to fucking do it. Like, are you kidding me? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Like, I'm asking for help, and she's telling them not to do it. Like, fucking, like seriously, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously? Like, that's just fucking beyond me, man.
So, no, I'd had enough at that point. At that point, I'd had enough. It's time for you to...
It's never dropped a dime, mate, in its life. It's never dropped you a dime in its entire life. And it's been here for 6 years. Every single stream you go into, they're in here. Her and the other chick were in here. And I let them stay in because it's good, like good banter, same as you. I throw it backward and forward and that. Yeah, you got no idea how fucking, no idea. There's nobody that I can mention in my entire life that I was with that I can say those kind of things about. None. I've never been involved in a long con. I've been involved in the short con a lot, so I recognise it. But the long con took me a little bit more to think about. It took me a little bit more of what's the goal? What are you kidding me? It can't be. Like, it took a lot for me to admit to myself that it just can't be. Like, but yeah, that's you've got until the parents arrive, and that's fucking. They got to get you out. You're not a fucking husband. You're just here to pay the fucking shit until they can get their stuff organised, and your ass is out of here. Fucking. And once I signed the paper, the house and the land, that was it, mate. It was over. I was so stupid. I was just stupid. I trusted. I believed. I trusted. And once I signed that, forget about it, mate. The mini Stalin came out. The mini fucking man with the mustache came out, and it was in full control. This is mine now. That's mine. You know what it reminded me of? I watched a video the other day on TikTok. You know the one with the spaceship and they're flying around everywhere, and one of them is a cat, the red dwarf. And the cat is welcoming the other cat onto the ship. And everywhere the cat went, he said, this is mine, that's mine, this pole is mine, this bit of where I'm walking, that's mine, this floor is mine. Everywhere he went, this is mine, that's mine. It reminded me of that. That's how it was. The person just went in after I signed that over, and everything is mine. That's mine, everything is mine now. You have to do what I tell you. You live underneath my rules now. You have to do what I tell you to do. There was no rules an hour ago. I didn't lay down rules. Suddenly I've come home and I've got new rules to it. So no, it's fucking pear-shaped the whole way. Completely pear-shaped. Completely pear-shaped. That's why I tell men. That's why I warn men. The minute you come home from work and you don't know shit. There was no argument. There was no nothing. You have just come home from work. You don't know nothing. And you haven't done anything, swear to God, on a Bible. You didn't have any argument beforehand. And you come home and all your stuff is moved into the spare room. Everything. You're not in the marital room anymore. You're out. She's put you in the spare room down the other end of the house. And that's it for you. And I don't care who you are, or male or female, if they've moved you out of the bed and moved you out of the room, your relationship is over. You have no relationship at all. Okay? And then from there, you'll go out to the kitchen and the next day or the next week or whatever, and any pictures that were on the wall of you have been removed. All pictures of you have been removed. And then you'll look in the drawer and she's put them in the drawer. So she doesn't even want to come out to the kitchen. She doesn't want my kid to come out and see my picture. Then you go on the internet. She didn't know I knew. I knew this very early. The person had blocked me on all social media. Her own husband, I was blocked on social media. If that's not a huge red flag, I don't know what is. I've only been with this person a few months. We've just gotten in them. We're supposed to be in a honeymoon season. There's no honeymoon season. Forget it. That's how you know you're in the long con. Nothing to do with your boys, okay? But they pretend that they do. They'll look you in the eyes and say, I love you so much. You're such a nice person. You're a great husband and a great father. They'll tell you to your face they love you. But your ass is in the spare room. They don't come anywhere near you. So I worked out that I'm blocked on all social media. Completely blocked. So I don't say anything. I don't say anything because it's not your wife. They're not you. Okay, now you're in a game. Now you're in a game. Now you've got to try and outwit it.
Try and work out what its plan is and try and outwit it.
Then it finds another way. You'll come home and it'll say, I no longer speak English. If you meet a foreigner, you marry a foreigner.
She'll come home out of the blue and she'll say to you, I no longer speak English, I only speak my natural tongue.
You know, my natural language. Because, I can't say anything because it's... Anyway, I gotta be, a bit stum, right? And from that point onwards, mate, they don't talk English. They don't say hello to you. They don't say goodbye to you. They don't say shit to you unless there's a bill to pay or unless there's something due. Next week is council rates. So don't forget, next week you got council rates, and that's all she'll say. And that's it.
There's no hello, there's no goodbye, there's no nothing. It's just that and walk away.
And the rest of the time, ignore. Ignore. I mean, they're so fucking rude, man. They come out and they'll have a full-on conversation with your daughter, your family, your kids, your children, and you'll say to them, what did you say? Oh, nothing. A couple of minutes go by, they have a giggling together. They're giggling, they're laughing, and I want to be a part of it. I'm a dad. So what did you say? That's all I said to them. What did you say? Oh, nothing. You're not part of the conversation from that point onwards. They have their own conversation going on, and then my daughter is so clever, she talks English to me, and I have to ask my daughter what her mother said. What did she say, huh? I don't know, right? My daughter tells me what she says. My daughter doesn't understand. She just fucking tells you straight up. She's funny, man. God bless her. But my kid's really smart because she knows 2 languages. She's able to talk 2 languages. And the reason behind it was, she told me, is, well, I have to talk Chinese to her, otherwise my daughter will forget Chinese. Because we're in Australia, she'll forget. Like that was the reason behind it.
So from that point onwards, you're not a part of their life. It's the long con. It's the slow kill.
It's the cut every day. Just a single cut. Yeah? And then the next day, another cut. And then the next day, another cut. Yeah? By the time a month has gone past, they've got 6 strikes on you. They've got 6 new laws, 6 new things that they've added to their laws to live by. It's fucking... And yet I'm the big bad guy. I'm the abuser. I'm this, I'm that. Rah, 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 rah. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ, dude.
That door thing? I recorded it?
Dude, that was right at the end. That was right when she had told me 10 minutes early. She told me, I want you to leave, get your car, move out. That was, I swear to God. And then to save myself, because I know how the law is like, I put a telephone on the wall and I didn't move over the barrier. You'll notice that in the video. That's what saved me from charges, because I told the police the same thing. I stayed on this side of the door. I was not aggressive. I yelled. I was upset. Yes. The person has just got done saying da-da-da-da-da. What are you expecting me to do? Fucking jump for roses? Of course I was upset. I've just lost my entire everything, right? It's all come this is it. This is the day. She's been waiting for this for ages. Finally, she's got it to the point where she's telling you, you've got to go, you've got to go, you've got to go. And you're like, all you did is disagree the night before. That's it. You didn't agree with her. I don't agree with you moving to China and my daughter goes to school there and I stay here and pay all the bills and pay the house off and you come and visit me during school holidays, but you live there. How the fuck does that even make sense? How is that a marriage? How does that even make sense? And why would you think I would trust you to live in another fucking country and you don't even talk to me on the phone? I cannot call my own fucking thing and talk to you because you're busy. You're busy. You're away. You're not even there for 3 days. You've left my child with the mother and gone for 3 days. And I've got to trust you for fucking months on end? Nah, who else are you banging, love? That's the first thing I said to her. Who else are you sleeping with? And she's like, all surprised, right, that I'd bring it up. Because you're not banging me. You don't touch me. You haven't touched me in a month and a half. You haven't come anywhere near me, okay? And you've been here home for 3 days and haven't even said hello. You haven't even said hello to me. You have ignored me since I dropped you off, came home from the airport. You've ignored me.
completely. Yeah, you know what I mean. So no, you know, you'll wake up to it, boys.
You know, you need to wake up to what they do, and I want you to forget about what I've said to you, but it'll be deja vu to you. Something will happen in your life, and my words will reflect in your brain, and hopefully you will do what I've done and get the and obey me, and just turn around and get out of there if you can. If you can't, get her out. Don't let him live with you. Don't let him, and don't move in with a woman. Don't move in with her. Once it's in her name, once she has got the power, your life is going to be a living misering hell. Okay? There is a million rules that a woman has for a man. A million. She can invent fucking shit all day long that you have to obey. But you don't have any of those rules. When it was your name, there were no rules. In her name, you'll be living underneath fucking rules. She won't even like where you put your shoes off. Oh, I don't like them on that side of the door. You have to put them on this side of the door from now on. She'll, you know what I mean? She'll just change sides of the fucking... You got to obey her. You got to obey her. You got to obey her. Okay? She doesn't like any of the furniture. Goes in and throws all the furniture away. There's nothing wrong with the furniture. Really, really nice couches to sit on. But because you paid for it, it all gets thrown out the front. And she ends up going next door and getting these old fucking wooden chairs to sit in, instead of sitting in this nice lounge that they had. That's how stubborn they are. Because it's now hers. It's now hers. So she's got to get rid of all memory that you were even there. Okay? It's hers now. It's not ours. It's not yours. It's mine. Okay? It's mine. It's not ours. It's mine. It's a living nightmare, mate. It's a living fucking nightmare. You walk on eggshells. Every day you walk around on eggshells. You don't know what... well, the person ignores you, for a start. They ignore you. They don't want nothing to do with you. That's how they play their role. And mine, threw up the thing, you know, when the sun goes down, I'm a grapist. Can't be trusted. When the sun goes down, I've got to lock the back door. Okay, the back door's got to be locked, and you need to be outside until the morning because you can't be trusted. What the fuck? You got to be kidding me? Are you fucking shitting me? I've just moved out of the spare room after 6 years. I'm in the fucking garage because I've fucking been pushed out to the fucking garage, and now suddenly, so it needs to lock the back door. So you're locked out of the house, mate. Locked out, I swear to God. From 7:30, 8 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning when my daughter comes out, or 7:30 when my daughter comes out, and she's got to unload the back door. And you want to go to the toilet? Welcome to the yard. You need to go and take a dump? Welcome to the yard. You need to brush your teeth? You brush it beside the shed there. You gotta fucking... You can't go into the house. When you turn to your house is in total darkness. 8 o'clock at night. No lights turned on because they're in the bedroom. She's on the tippy-tappy. They're on the tippy-tappy already, mate, hunting for someone else, having little talks. They're very busy. They're very, very busy, okay? Because now they can say to whoever they're talking, we're going to get a divorce, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. She's already lining up the next one, okay? And that's what they do. They'll sit on the telephone talking to some bloke overseas or wherever they are and putting the promised land in, you know, because they don't touch you. They're saving it. They're saving themselves. They're actually saving themselves. Yeah, they're saving themselves, buddy. You know, they can look at the other guy and go, no, we never even slept in the same bed. He was in the other room. I hated him. Rah, 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 rah. Yeah, that's how they play it. Yep. You know, never touched me, never touched him, rah, rah. That's how they play it. I share this thing so you learn. I share it so you learn, mate. That's it. That's the only reason. Then you'll understand the game you're getting played. Okay? You couldn't understand why all this trickery, why all these lies, why all this deceit. You know, what the hell did I do to deserve all that? And all of this negative energy you got that I was spending on it. Like, that's what I woke up to, you know. I've got no positive energy around me anymore. This shit is fucking negative, and it's just going to suck me in and age me, and, you know, which is what it did. It just aged me 10 years, man. It put the ages on me. It was quite horrible. And there's no poo-tang pie. There's no poo-tang pie. There's none. There's none. It's not like you're a monk. It's like you get married, be a monk.
And I woke up to it, I think, the day after we went in and signed the book. You know, the day before that, we're out at a market, we're enjoying ourselves, we're having lunch, charmy, 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 smiley, 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 kissy, 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 holding the hands, the whole thing, you know, fully in love, right? I'm getting fully briefed, mate. I'm going to be the best wife, the best this, the best that. I'll never let you down. The whole thing, man. I got told the fairy tale, right? I got love bombed. And I kind of realised that when it was happening, right? But hey, I don't mind. She's really pretty, and you know, I'm in another country, and hey, you know, I'll let it. We'll see. You know, I got to take the chance. I got to take the chance. She's really. I like, you know. And it's not like she's a hoe. There's no hoe involved here. So you know what I mean. She's really, you know. I wanted to give it a shot, mate. Give it a chance. So that's why I hung in. But afterwards, the next day, I swear to God, signed the paperwork. It says to me, look, we don't have to stay in the motel. We haven't done anything, mate. We've done one thing to consummate. That's it. Straight away it tells me, look, we can go and stay at mum and dad's now. We don't have to stay here because we're married. Logical. Go there. Not allowed to be in the same room together. You've got to go down and spend it down the hallway. So I've got this little dingy fucking room, man, with a fucking cot. I swear to God, with a fucking cot. They loaded me up with beer. They got me drunk every fucking night. I had a crate of beer. Okay? I had all of these fucking snacks. They would buy all these fucking food for me because I'm in the spare room on my honeymoon. This is my honeymoon. I got married yesterday and I'm in the spare room. And that was it. That was the end of it. Person did not want to go near me, didn't want to talk to me, doesn't want to go to lunch, doesn't want to know me, ignored me, did not want to know me the entire fucking month I was there after that because I stayed an extra month. But after that, you know, it's not like you don't notice, mate. You go out to lunch and you get on the tram, you got to go somewhere or whatever, and you turn around and she's fucking gone. She's fucking gone, mate. You know where she's fucked off to? She's fucked off to the other side of the fucking tram, mate. She's fucking gone, brother. She ain't fucking standing next door to you. She's fucking at the other side of the fucking bus. she's fucked off all the way up there. It just fucking leaves you. She doesn't want to be seen with you. You're an embarrassment. You know, you're an embarrassment to her. You're an embarrassment. Okay? No, that was my clue. That's how I woke up, Jimmy boy. You got to remember, man. You got to remember, okay? You know, Jimmy boy, we've got our medal, brother. You got to remember that. You got to have a think about it, Jimmy boy. Okay? Have a little think, have a little ponder. Every one of that wouldn't exist. It'd be gone. If you didn't wake up to the con, it would all be gone. You would have not even fucking knowing. Okay? So that's why. You got to remember that. You got to remember that. That was the big clue. You know, it's not like you take a chance. You know, I'm in another country. Can't go anywhere, Jimmy. You can't get on a plane and go. You've booked into the plane. That's it. It's in a month. And that's the date you leave. That's the time. You can't change it. There's no changing anything.
Can't go there tomorrow and leave.
So I spent the rest of the time just out and about. You know, I'm not shy. I'll get up, have a shower, get a backpack on, and out. I'm gone. I'm out. You know, I may be broke, but it's 7 to 1. $1 our money, $7 theirs. So I don't need to be a really rich guy to enjoy walking around China. I don't have huge things that I want or whatever. You know, I just want to eat and walk around and have a drink and stuff like that. And I didn't have to worry about that. I can go in and buy soup. I can buy whatever the fuck I want. And it's cost me a couple of bucks. You know what I mean? So I did really well. I could spend the entire day out shopping. I could spend the entire day out just looking, you know, going in and out of markets and stuff like that. Buy their bracelet, their beads every day. Buy one of them. Try and spend something because I'm not spending anything. I'm not going anywhere. And the second time
when I had all that paper sitting on top of the fridge, which was the Daegu earnings, or they were sitting there in front of me, and you don't go anywhere, you don't do anything. The person, they invited me, dude. They invited me. They asked me to go, and I'm like, no, I'll stay and do the house, and no, I want you to come. I'll show you anywhere around thing. We'll have a good time. I'll take you everywhere. Like, they invited me. Why me? I get over to your house, I get over there, and you fucking put me in the spare room, and I don't talk to anybody, and you ignore me for another month. You ignore me. It's like living back here. The same thing. I never even got any joy. The entire month. Nothing. Are you kidding me? What the fuck's wrong with these women and these judges, lawyers, who think it's acceptable that you are married to somebody and not actually think that you should sleep with them? How dare you? How dare you think you should sleep with your wife? That's disgusting. Okay, your wife is not an S-slave. And you're just looking at it thinking, hey, once a month? Are you fucking kidding me? Once a month and that's an S-slave, is it? Like a fucking joke, right? But yeah, they get to a point where how dare you even, But I want all demands from you. I want everything that I'm asking from you. But how dare you even want to touch me or kiss me or expect me to show you any physical attraction at all? Mate, it was so fucking rude. You'd walk down the road and it'd be 10 feet in front of you. 10 feet in front of you. I've got pictures on Facebook. When it comes up in memories next, I'll share it on my channel. But I called it Feminism 101. That's what I thought it was. Whereas this is the long con. It doesn't want anything to fucking do with you. Okay? If anybody looked, they wouldn't think we were together. And that's what she fucking wants. Okay? So this person was 10 feet in front of me at all times. Never fucking came near me the entire time we were there for the second trip that I went. It was horrible. It was fucking horrible. I ended up being at the airport fucking the day early, wanting to leave. I was going to sleep in the fucking airport. I really was. Because these people now, they understand that I know. They know that I know. Okay? They know that I know. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not as stupid as what they thought I was. I wasn't as blind as what they thought they was. Yeah? They knew that. So that's why it came down to when they came back, 3 days later, she wants you out. She wants you out. Because she knows that you have woken up to the long cons. You've woken up to the game. And she can't push the game any more than she is, because you're just going to put up with it. You're going to put up with it because you want to be in your kid's life. You'll put up with anything, mate, to be a part of your kid's life. Especially if that person is telling you, once you go, you will never see your child again. You'll never see Echo again. You'll never see her, speak to her ever again. So you'll do everything you can to stay in her life. Yeah? And every time I went online, I would say to you, I'm living on borrowed time. I'm living on borrowed time, boys. It's a matter of time before she closes us up and gets me sent out of here. And I think she needs one more report. She just goes down to the station and she says, I yelled at her. She goes down to the station. She says, he's watching conspiracy things on the thing. Goes down to the station. She says, oh, look, he said this and he said that and he said this. All they need is 6 things on the computer. 6. That's it. That's a report. You're out. Instantly, the copper told me she only needs one more. I go, she needs one more, Mr. Barker. She says, they're writing a file on, getting a file on you, and it'll only take 6 visits, and you'll automatically be removed, automatically, without any. He said, so be careful because we're heading down that path. He said, I've been here 3 times. I've been here 3 times from her complaint. So. Oh, that was a nice bit of juice, mate. Be on guard, boys. And the I love you, fuck, dude. That was probably the hardest thing. A person looks you in the face, I love you. I love you so much. You're such a good, good husband and a good father. And they look in your face and say it. They look you in the face and say, bro, I remember I was sitting on the lounge. This is fucking, I laughed, man. I really did, because I'd had enough. Hadn't spoken to me in 3 days. I ain't done anything wrong. The house is all nice and everything is done. And you still got that fucking attitude, man. And you don't fuck me. You don't fucking come anywhere near me. And you don't even fucking say hello to me. You just walk past ignoring. And it suddenly pipes up, oh, I love you so much. I love you, Charlie. I love you. And I just fucking yelled out, bullshit. That's what I yelled out. I yelled out, bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Da, da, da. Hey, vodka. How you doing, Rattle? Hope you're well, man. True. Thunder, we said hello. Yeah, Bobo, don't get married. Don't get sorry, man. You know, I'm sorry to tell that to people. I'm sorry to tell that to gentlemen, men. I really am, because it's nothing better than being a father. There's nothing more in life that a man will enjoy than being a dad. There really isn't. And it's just really sad, man, that 80 to 90% of divorces are initiated by women. That's just facts. And it's really sad. You know, like, you've got a really big chance, mate, of losing everything, including your children. So, you know, the smart people, the big money people, they've worked them all out. They've worked it out. They put everything in their mum's name. And they don't tell her. They don't tell her. Because if they tell them, then she ain't going to marry you. She's not. If she finds out the house is in your mum's name, car's in her name, your bank account's in her name, your clothing is in her name, the dog is in her name, she's not going to like any of that. She's not. And that goes to show you where their real heart is. Their real heart is not the man, it's the resources behind the man, what they could actually end up with after just a couple of years, you know. That's just how it is. With mine, that they can bring the whole family over. Everybody gets to come over, okay? And there's not enough room. There's not enough room. The parents they sleep in separate rooms, and it's only a 3-bedroom house. So all the rooms are occupied. So you need to go. You need to go. You're not even in the calculation, mate. You're not even in there. They will push you fucking out. And the only peace you will get is to go and live in your garage. So now they're all happy. They're all in the house, and they're all sitting down, eating together, talking their own language. You walk into the house, they just ignore you. Now you've got 3 people fucking ignoring you. They don't want to know you, okay? Because the daughter doesn't want to know you. So the family will sit there ignoring you. You're in your own fucking house. Fucking they ignore you, man, at the table. You're not invited to eat. Oh, fucking how dare you expect any food? You didn't pay for the food. That's what the Chinese will say to you. You didn't pay for the food, so therefore you can't eat the food. You know, and I said to her, well, in the past I paid for the food and you ate the food. I didn't ask you to fucking pay. I didn't ask any, right? But they want you to pay. And not only that, now that you're broken up, for the parent, they want you to replace her money. So you've got to give her money now because she spent money here. So you've got to replace some of the money that she spent. You didn't spend it either, buddy. You got nothing. It's her money. She does whatever the fuck she wants, right? But they expect money from you to replace it. Like the expectations go through the roof, and the person wants nothing to do with you but your resources. Now she wants 5 Gs. You got put on me for 5 Gs for the mum. You know, because she came on holiday, she spent this amount of money, rah rah rah. You know, I need this to get it back. Like I just looked at the person. I cannot believe it. I really don't. Like, you know, the only thing that you are good for is your resources, boys. And I'll be fucked if I'm going to give 5 Gs. I'm going to fucking, mate, I'll put it in the middle. Fuck that. Fuck that. That's when I really twigged. It's to get as much out of you as they can. and then get rid of you. Sad day, mate, for me and my daughter. Sad day for me and my daughter. Yeah, I knew. I knew. Now we don't get this. We got nothing. Echo we don't see. There's no contact with Echo at all. There's nothing. And that was part of the plan. It didn't matter. That was part of the plan. The person had no intentions of letting you see the child at all. It doesn't matter what court orders you have. She won't obey him. It doesn't matter. She just ignores them. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do about it. And they're all the same. All the women are the same, mate. There's thousands of me that don't see their children. You know, they're not able to express themselves. They don't have a live stream. They can't go and talk to anybody. They end up bottling it up to themselves and having alcohol to forget and drugs to forget, and they can't forget. You can't forget. You wake up in the morning and it's the first thing you think of, and it's subconscious. You don't do it deliberately. It's subconscious. Like, you know, I think of Echo. You know, I have the right to do that. I'm her father. And for them to tell me that, you know, move on and rah, nobody has that right to do that. Nobody has that right. That is your child. So, so that's how it is. And I just hope one day that you know, she grows up and she comes back to Australia and sees Dad. You know what I mean? Contacts Dad. Hopefully. There is nothing worse, man, than a loveless marriage or a relationship. Nothing worse. Nothing worse, mate. You can kick goals with the right woman. You can do really well when you both work together. When you've got one that's working totally against it and will do anything to work against it, then no. It is incredibly hard. It is incredibly hard. You know, yesterday I was with someone that was great, you know, nicest person that I could be with. You sign a piece of paper, wake up in the morning, and it's a backflip. It's a total backflip. The person is not the same person that from yesterday. This is a totally different person. Like it was jarring. It was completely jarring. I'm in a foreign country, and I've got to spend another month. So there's no good complaining about anything. I tried, and of course it's my fault. And I was told, well, you have to leave. If you don't want to be married to her, you have to leave. You're not allowed to stay. So they basically kicked me out on the fucking street. You know, if you don't agree with anything, you have to leave. So that was the choice I had. So I played the game. I ate all their food. I went into you know, if they want to go to a restaurant or that, I fucking ate everything on the table. Everything. Everything, viewer. I fucking ate everything. There's no fucking holds barred with me, brother. I ate everything on the fucking table, mate. If it was Chinese food, I fucking ate it. I can't help it. And that's all I did. I sat there in silence. They would make fun of me. They would get me to repeat things in Chinese, you know, in English, and then they would laugh at me because it's, you know, wrong pronunciation or I've said it in a funny way to them. So I played that game for a little while. They thought I was a real fucking schmuck. Like they would say things to me and I would repeat it. They'd ask me to repeat it, and then they all sit there fucking laughing. The whole table sit there laughing. And I thought, you fucks. You know, I really did. I thought, you rude fucks. But hey, you're different. You grew up differently than me. Maybe this is all acceptable, right? But I can't even shag you later. What the fuck you laughing at? You know, bitch, you're fucking lucky, okay? You fucking think yourself lucky, okay? Because I can't shag you. You know, you're nice and safe, right? Fuck. You know? Yeah, I was really annoyed at that part. And that's why I ate all their fucking food. I ate everything. Everything. And I don't care, but you know how embarrassed she was with at the wheels on the bus? And she's the one that, if you listen to it, she's the one that asked me to do it. She's the one that asked me to do it. Sing Wheels on the Bus. You can hear her say it. And then after I looked at it, I put the camera back, and you look at her face, mate, and she's so embarrassed. Doesn't look, she just looks, got like that, looks staring straight ahead. Just staring like that. It doesn't look at me, I'm next door to her. Doesn't look at the kids. She hated it. But she's the one that said to do it.
Because she wanted to embarrass me in front of her family, wanted me to embarrass myself in front of the family. Whereas I'm a showman. I've talked in front of people since I was a kid. I don't care. It doesn't faze me at all. But it fazed her. It was sad, man. It was sad, dude. Because I don't even get I don't even get a cuddle out of this person. I can't even hold her hand. And when I go home, I'm sleeping down the hallway, fucking 10 feet away. So no, I'm not silly. I'm not totally blind. I'm not blind. But I managed to rescue some of my fucking paper anyway. Slipknot fans love you, Lord Dobby. Someone was like, it's some dude of Australia. Post like 5 months ago of someone that had one of your masks and people were going crazy, wondering who made it. Yeah, they don't like to advertise me, mate. They do. They hate me. You're talking Slipknot rooms on Facebook? Oh, mate, they fucking hate me. They hate me. I'm not allowed to put a mask in any of their rooms, mate. I'm only allowed to put it in my own. That's why it's in Slipknot masks, ghost masks, and other rooms. Yeah, that's mine. That's my own room. It's got like 4,000 followers or some shit. I got a lot of followers in that room. But the other Slipknot room, yeah, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to put any masks in there. They've got their own artists, mate. There's one or two artists in each room that basically own the room. And they won't allow anybody else's masks in there. Especially if they sell the same kind of mask. Okay? No. They boot me out. They kick me out of their rooms. Okay, so that's why you don't see any of my masks in any of their rooms. Especially if it's a smiley room. Smiley Simantle. Yeah, that guy fucking hates me. I don't like him either. I don't like any of them. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like the American artists. They don't like me because my masks are fucking solid. My masks are solid. You know, I've got a lot of return customers. All you got to do is go on eBay, lorddobby79 on eBay, and go to feedback and have a look. Have a look. You know, these are all people that have bought my masks, bought stuff off me. You'll see many return customers. Many. There's people that just collect my shit. You know, because it's the Horiki mask, the short hair one. I can't remember the last time I made one. Can't remember. And that's the only hair that I've spent $17 on, just for the hair. So it's a one-off. It's a one-off. It's a one-off, and you know it's different than the rest. Different, and it's not mass-produced, and it's not a picture. You know, they buy a mask, mate. It's on the counter. I show them there it is. You know, you pay me, and if it's before 5 o'clock, I'm straight down the post office, and I mail it. Same day I mail, and then I provide a receipt for the actual postage. I provide a copy of the receipt to you. Okay, which they don't do. They don't do any of that. You'd be lucky to get a tracking number off an American seller. You'll be lucky. You know, so they're all run by two different. I don't want to name them because I don't have any problem with them. I just don't go in their room. You know, I know better. But it's always the same people got the same masks in there. You'll notice it's the same people. Yeah, they just put different masks in there. So you can't put clowns in there. You can't put Corys in there. Can't put Bandage Clown in there. There's another guy, Australian artist. I can't remember his name either. He complains. He complains if any of my stuff is in the rooms that he's got his stuff in. And I've tried telling him to you better tow your fucking shit in, son. Because, yeah, I know a few things about you that you don't know I know. So I warned him. I said, just stay the fuck away from me. I said, seriously, I know shit about you don't think anybody knows. That Drop Bear Studios. Yeah, I know things about you, son. I know things about you. Okay? You don't think anybody knows. So I've kept your little secrets, rah. But don't fucking leave comments on my shit at all. Because you'll get hit with a hammer. Okay, you'll get hit with a hammer. I warned him.
I said, what do you think you actually made all that shit? I said, mate, you look at someone that knows. I said, fucking, you didn't make that stuff, man. You fucking copied that straight out of this, this, and this. And I got the fucking proof. It's a fucking total recast, right? So, yeah, mine's not. Mine's original molds. They come from the actual person that created them. I bought the fucking masters. So mine's 1-to-1. You know what I mean? It's not the same. The same as the ghost mask. Same as this one. 1-to-1. First generation ghost. First generation ghost. That's the outside of the mold. You'll recognise it as that.
That's what you recognise it as, the ghost mask.
Just like that. Well, that's an original. This is an original vinyl. Yeah? Original. So I made a mold of it. Mine's first generation. So you pull a mask out of that, it looks like that. And it fits like that. Okay? Whereas theirs doesn't. Theirs is like a 5th generation. You know, it's a cast of a recast of a recast. Yeah? And they don't know how to cast. They got no idea how to fucking mold. Absolutely none. It looks like a fucking golf ball. That's what I told the guy. They're all offended, mate. I got kicked out of the room. I got fucking kicked out. Because I fucking make the ghost mask. It looks 10 times fucking better than that. And yours looks like a fucking golf ball with string out of it hanging out of the top. It looks like a fucking golf ball, okay? It doesn't look like a ghost mask. And the guy's like, yes, it is, right? I said, no, this is a fucking ghost mask. You see the difference? And I showed him the fucking real one. This is a ghost mask. What the fuck are you talking about? Yours is a fucking ball. It's a fucking golf ball, all right? So and then I put a mask in there, a ghost mask, and I got kicked out. I got kicked out, man. I haven't made any ghost masks for ages. There's too much work involved, and they're $220, $240 I charge. But there's a lot of work involved in them. Like there really is. You know, I've got to pull this mask. You know, I've got to pull this mask and cut it all down, and then make Corey's ghost mask out of it with the dreads. You know, you got to cut all the eyes apart. You got to do all the mouth. You got to do all the dreads. Do all the fucking top part. You got to create the cap. You got to put a lot of work into the mold, mate. You got to put a lot of work into the mask. Thanks, vodka. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, man. If you got any problem with it or whatever, it's not a problem. Let me know. Fucking fix whatever. You shouldn't have anything, man. Even if they pull the hair, man, your fucking head's gonna go with it. You had some cunt pull the hair yet? you ain't going anywhere, eh? Your fucking head's fucking... That hair ain't fucking getting out of that mask. You're gonna have to fucking rip it out, brother. They'll fucking pull your head and the whole fucking head comes with it. I try. Yeah, it's a couple of weeks of art in each one, a couple of weeks. And if I'm not happy with it, mate, I don't sell it. It's as simple as that. That's why those Corys are still sitting on the floor. I'm just not happy with them. Okay? I'm not happy with them, so they can fuck off back over to there and I'll sort them out later. And, you know, they could just sit there until I've thought about it. Yeah? And the rest is, I got nothing, man. I got nothing. Yeah, I've nothing. I got 3 out there. I got a horror short hair. I got the pentagram and the Corey. That's all I got done, and the best clown so far. That's it. My back hurts. My back really hurts me. So I've been finding it hard. But I completed these. I'm happy with these 3 today. I'm not sure about the Corey. We might leave it there a day or 2 yet and see how we like it later. I want to do that 3 on the top maybe a bit better. Maybe just leave it. I don't know. I'll let it see how it sits inside, see what it looks like. Done the dreads and I'm not sure about that. But you know, you can never be happy, man. You can never think of, there's always shit to do on them. But solid masks, they're not thin made. They're solid mask. They charge you a lot, man? You said you bought it, rah. What did they charge you? Or should I ask? I don't know. What did they charge you? Should I even ask, man? You know, like fucking $10 or something? Did you give me $10? Fucking hell, that's all I'd pay. I fucking give it $10, mate, and I want a free bag. I want a free fucking bag. I want a free fucking bag. You got no bag? I'm not buying it. I'm buying it because I like the bag. Joey Malone, how you doing, man? I hope you're happy, healthy, and well, Joey. Now, a long time in the chat, mate. A long time in the chat, must admit. Not a short time for Joey fucking Malone, mate. Gonna move the bloke into the spare room if he ever gets kicked out of mummy and daddy's house. Move him into the spare room, bro. Anyway, bros, lorddobbyking@gmail.com for PayPal. lorddobbyking@gmail.com. Chuck me a fucking chocolate milk someday, you bastards. Welcome in, Joey. Welcome in, man. I hope you are happy, healthy, and well. That's okay. That's great. You know, he's still got some kind of commercial value back on it, which I'm happy for him. That's great news. Yeah, that's great news. That's good, man. That's good. I'm glad. He's still got the commercial thing out of it, mate. He didn't lose his paper. That's what I charged for them back then, mate. I charged $80. The old things that aren't on eBay. You know, the price only went up because it was eBay. And then I've got a fees and 20% and shipping and 20%, and so that's where the price went up. But that $80 is what they would normally sell for when I was selling them on in the garage or on Facebook, was $80. So I'm glad, man, he didn't lose a whole lot of money or anything. They weren't a fortune back then, man. It wasn't a fortune for a mask. God, man, all this stuff that pops in. Well, I'm running out of power, boys.